Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome. I'm sleepy as always. Hey, hope you are doing good. Hi Magpie. Hi Jade. Hi Mike. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm already yawning for some reason. It's okay. I have coffee right here. It's fine. Yep. Kobo, hi. I actually forgot how good Sonic 2 music is. See, I've been listening to Sonic music lately for some reason. And then it brought me back to Sonic 3 and then Sonic and Knuckles and then now Sonic 2. Absolute classics, I love them. Found another visual novel to sleep tonight? Ooh. A visual novel? Don't you need to like choose answers for it to progress? No? But either way, I'm glad you found something to sleep to. It's always a nice feeling. Like recently, well not recently, sorry. About 4 years back. But the reading helps me sleep. Oh, that's nice, that's nice. Hi Evie. Hi Bad Gamer. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Also, I just want to share a little bit. The way to make me sleep is to listen to either people talking, like I look at Twitch chat sometimes, or most of the time actually. Before I know Twitch, right, when I was still studying in university, I was listening to jazz. you know, there's like the YouTube video with a shitload of jazz music that's like probably not royalty free, but I get to listen to them. It's fine. So I used to listen to those to sleep, and then nowadays when I started streaming, it's more of me just listening to people when I drift off to sleep. So it's a good feeling to find something that find something that helps you fall asleep. It's always nice. I'm here. Yeah, here. Call. Hi, Legs. Legs. Eevee is your favorite Pokemon, by the way? Man, it's so hard to choose a favorite Pokemon. I'm torn between Garchomp or Exorus. Obviously dragon types, but Garchomp has that. I mean, okay, Hexor has that hot bod, and then Garchomp has that piercing eyes. It's hard to choose. But anyway, let me open up the heckin' Portal 2. Oh shit, I haven't opened up Steam yet. There we go, opening. Opening Steam. I was trying to figure something on my Mac, but for some reason it's just not fucking working, so I'm watching it. I mean, fair enough, when things don't work out, I'll walk away for a little bit, it's nice. Eevee's the best pet Pokemon. Normally Pokemon you can say is a good pet Pokemon. I mean, yeah, but I'm not trying to make them my pet. I'm trying to become nope, I'm trying to be friends with them. Too early? Too early. Not even 10 minutes in. Yeah, too early. Spidops, Ariados, and Charmeleon. I'm surprised that there's no Joltik. I mean, considering Joltik is a little Spuder. Very adorable. Trying to install Windows on my Mac, which is possible, but it's just not working. Oh god, that's very technical. I don't think I know anything about that. Oh no. Yeah, Joltik is so adorable. Where's my Portal 2? Not pot roll. Okay, we got Portal 2. I just want a cute pet. I'm more of a fox person. Eevee is a perfect mix for you. That's fair, that's fair. Hi, Brian. Look, it's legs. It's legs. It's legs. YouTube videos about how to do it are complete bullshit. You're just gonna like really filter it out sometimes because, you know, YouTube. It's a huge, whatever the fast is. Everyone needs the bootlegs. Man, I'm getting jealous. But yeah, bootlegs. Must bootlegs. And one is a chicken leg. Chicken leg. You're doing the second one? Yeah, I'm doing the second one. Doing the second portal. Well, a lot of you have been saying that the second one is like super long, or like longer than the first one a lot. A tad bit worried, but we'll see. Here, let me become small. Actually, not become small, become Kobo. Nay. I only play for 11 hours. I play even 11 hours like in, I forgot to check the date, but a very long time ago when I was playing with my sister. With the it's very loud. A co-op thing. This one. Portal 2 is like perfect game length. It is, but here's more content. Nice. It's very fun. Going to lurk until I find something interesting to say potentially good night. For sure. You know, a lurk, a vibe is always nice. Well, when it comes to good night, have a good sleep, man. Excited for this? The core levels are arguably harder than the main campaign. Oh, hi Fluffy Raptor. Fluffy Raptor, oh my god. Portal Tech is a fun co-op game too. Oh, they have this? Yo. Laptop power saving? I'm using PC. Let me see if this would destroy my PC. I hope not. Everything looks actually kinda okay. Yay! I love myself some Fluffy Raptor. And speaking of Fluffy Raptors, it reminds me of Ember Isle. The game's coming out soon, I cannot wait to play it. Oh, I remember melting at the demo, it's so good. The game is not too loud, right? Current game language. Do you have Chinese? Oh, you do have Chinese. This is like Terminator 2 of the series. Like the first one was fine, it was awesome and everyone loved it. Gonna check out this Ember out. Oh yes, it's super good. I think you can still play the demo, but I think the game comes out at around September if I remember correctly. Tour is a little more lighthearted, but it's basically fucking perfect. It's the one everyone thinks of when you mention the Portal series now. Oh, I mean, fair. Why is there push to talk? I cannot choose that one. Oh, I disabled it, of course. See, I know, right? I know, right, Fluffy? I played the game. I absolutely melted. I'm not even lying. Well, I not literally melted, but I think my heart just melted. So, yeah, it's so good. You get to play as a paleo folk as well, which not many games does that. I mean, of course, there's paleo pines, but you play as a human. I'll take it, I guess. Okay, let's play single player. Sounds good. Am I not playing as the... I'm not playing as the woman anymore? You know, the character that I played on Portal 1. These are some really nice screenshots.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 50 days. In compliance with state and federal regulations, all testing candidates in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center must be revived periodically for a mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look up at the ceiling.
I'm looking up. And look at, you cannot tell Kobo what to do. Also, the game is a tad bit loud. Just a little bit. Also, I always appreciate the master volume controller. It's always so nice. Or a slider.
Good. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look down at the floor. Good. This completes the gymnastic portion of your mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. There is a framed painting on the wall. Please go stand in front of it.
Where? Oh.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
What am I doing? Is this a vacation?
You should now feel mentally reinvigorated. If you suspect staring at art has not provided the required intellectual sustenance, reflect briefly on this classical music.
God damn it.
Good. Now please return to your bed.
This is so depressing. What am I doing?
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 99999.
What?
This courtesy call.
Hello? Anyone in there?
What the fuck?
Hello?
Immediately. Any test subject
Are you gonna open the door
at this time
at any
will be
time?
assumed to have exercised his or her
Wheatley?
Ah! Oh God, you look good. Looking good, actually. Are you okay? Are you? Don't answer that. I'm absolutely sure you're fine. There's plenty of time for you to recover. Just take it slow.
Please prepare for emergency evacuation.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Prepare. That's all I'm saying. Prepare. It's all fine.
Well, don't
all
open the door.
Don't move. I'm gonna get us out of here. Oh, you might want to hang on to something. Word of advice. Up to you.
What I do? What the fuck is going on? I am so confused.
You all right down there? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi.
Most test subjects do experience some.
If you don't do what they say for a bit, you get lots of fun dialogue. Oh, I want that. No, not safe. I want to listen. I love fun dialogue, fun dialogues and stuff. I love that.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 50 days.
Okay, let's do it again. It's okay.
Regulations, all testing
It's super
candidates
short.
in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center must be revived periodically for a mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look up at the ceiling. Good. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look down at the floor. Good. This completes the gymnastic portion of your mandatory physical and mental
Looking at
wellness
the art,
exercise.
come on.
There is a framed painting on the wall. Please go stand in front of it. This is art.
This is
You
art.
will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art. You should now feel mentally reinvigorated. If you suspect staring at art has not provided the required intellectual sustenance,
Nick, Kobo,
reflect briefly
hi.
on this classical
Oh my
music.
god, Kobo friend. Hello.
Good.
Thanks for the boot.
Now please return to your bed.
Appreciate. Hope you're doing good.
Good
That is
morning.
art.
You have been in suspension for 99999. This courtesy call is to
Hello?
inform you that
Anyone in
all
there?
test subjects should vacate the
I
enrichment.
didn't know the
Hello?
robot can talk like a
Are you
sentient.
gonna open the door
At this time,
at any
will be
time?
assumed to have exercised his or her rights
Hello?
to remain in extended
No.
relaxation.
No.
for the
Are you gonna
duration
open this
of the
door?
construction of this
'Cause it's
facility.
it's
If you have
fairly
questions
urgent.
or concerns regarding this
Is it
policy,
though?
or
Oh,
if
just
you
open the
require a
door.
Spanish language
That's too
version
aggressive.
of this message, feel
Hello,
free to
friend.
contact
Why not open the door?
That's too aggressive.
Write us a letter.
Could be Spanish. Could be Spanish. Hola, amigo. Abre la puerta. Donde está? No. Fine. No. Absolutely fine. It's not like I don't have, 10,000 other test subjects begging me to help them escape. You know, it's not like this place is about to explode.
Oh, I mean, it's not.
Alright, look, okay, I'll be honest. You're the last test subject left,
Oh.
and if you don't help me, we're both gonna die. Alright, I didn't want to say it. There you go. You've dragged it out of me. Alright, dead. Dos muerte. Hello?
Uh-huh.
Hello?
I'm waiting for a
Go
little bit
on.
more. Uh-huh.
Hello?
I think that's it.
Open the door. Hello?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Open the door.
Just a few more.
Hello?
Is Dos Muerte
Hello?
dead?
Go on.
Seems fine so far. No
Hello?
explosions? Yeah. Okay, I'm opening.
Ah! Oh, God. You look good. Looking good, actually. Are
Oh my
you
God, the
okay?
voice acting
Are
is
you-
so
Don't
good.
answer that. I'm absolutely sure you're fine. There's plenty of time for you to recover. Just take it slow.
Please prepare for emergency evacuation.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Prepare. That's all it's saying. Prepare. It's all fine. All right? Don't move. I'm going to get us out of here. Oh, you might want to hang on to something. Word of advice. Up to you.
The robot feels so alive. The name is what, Wheatley? That's
You all right
so
down there?
good.
Can you hear me? Hello?
It's so alive. Immersion. They nailed it.
Most test subjects do experience some cognitive deterioration
following
after
me
a few
too.
months in suspension. Now, you've been under for quite a lot longer, and it's not out of the question that you might have a very minor case of serious brain damage.
God
But
damn it.
don't be alarmed, all right? Although if you do feel alarmed, try to hold on to that feeling, because that is the proper reaction to being told that you've got brain damage. Do you understand what I'm saying at all? Does any of this make any sense? Just tell me. Just say yes.
Yeah. Speak.
Okay, what you're doing there is jumping. You just jumped. But never mind. Say apple. Apple.
Say apple.
Okay, you know what? That's close enough. Just hold tight.
All reactor core safeguards are now non-functional. Please prepare for reactor core meltdown.
Am I gonna die?
Okay, look, I wasn't going to mention this to you, but I'm in pretty hot water here.
Whoa,
How are you
wait.
doing down there? You still holding on?
I'm in a fake
The reserve
place.
power ran out, so of course the whole relaxation centre stops waking up the bloody test subjects.
I love how
Hold on,
expressive
this is a
his
bit
eyes
tricky.
are.
And of course, nobody tells me anything.
Remember to wait for
No
dino
one should tell
options
me
before.
anything. Why should
Oh.
I be kept informed? You know, about the life functions of the 10,000 bloody test subjects I'm supposed to be in charge of.
I'm sorry. It's still kind of loud. So I'm gonna lower it just a little bit more.
Why? It's close. Can you see? Am I gonna make it through? Have I got enough space?
I cannot be contained. I'm sorry. I'll keep in mind next time.
Here. Okay, I just can't concentrate.
Where's the last save though? My favorite language, jumping. When's the last save? Ooh, you know what? Fine. Just this
And
time.
whose fault do you think it's going to be when the management comes down here and finds 10,000 flipping vegetables? Alright, see, no, I hit that one.
Oh, are you driving it? Wait, are you driving this whole house? Question mark?
Okay, listen, we should get our stories straight, alright? If anyone asks, and no one's going to ask, don't worry, but if anyone asks, tell them as far as you know, the last time you checked, everyone looked pretty much alive, alright? Not dead.
I don't.
Okay, almost there. On the other side of that wall is one of the old testing tracks. There's a piece of equipment in there that we're going to need to get out of here. I think this is a docking station. Get ready. Good news, that is not a docking station. So there's one mystery solved. I'm going to attempt a manual override on this wall. Could get a bit technical. Hold on.
That's pretty manual, right?
Almost there. Remember, you're looking for a gun that makes holes. Not bullet holes, but don't worry, you'll figure it out. Seriously, do hold on this time.
I guess I am holding on.
There we go. Now, I'll be honest, you are probably in no fit state to run this particular type of cognitive gauntlet. But, at least you're a good jumper.
Hell yeah.
You got that. You got the jumping on your side. Just do your best, and I'll meet you up ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
off you go.
No, I'm a good jumper.
That's the spirit.
I'm a good jumper, come on. Find a case of severe brain damage. Wordplay on this is crazy. I'm a good jumper. Okay, I'm jumping. Wake up call. Survive the manual override. There's no way I cannot survive, is there? I love it when games does the...
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. We are currently experiencing technical difficulties due to circumstances of potentially apocalyptic significance beyond our control.
I know this
thanks
place.
to emergency testing protocols, testing can continue. These pre-recorded messages will provide instructional and motivational support so that science can still be done, even in the event of environmental, social, economic, or structural collapse. The portal will open and emergency testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
So after GLADoS died, sort of, everything is being abandoned. I'm still her! Oh, I'm still playing as her. Oh. This place looks odd. I wonder what could be going on on the surface that qualifies as potentially apocalyptic, right? But that's the surface, right? Where the fuck am I? This is the same as Portal 1. Well, at least this part. Well, the same is very... I mean, this place is the same, other than, you know, looking more destroyed and with a lot more plants, you know? It's good.
Cube and button-based testing remains an important tool for science, even in a dire emergency. If cube and button-based testing caused this emergency, don't worry. The odds of this happening twice are very slim.
I know, but... Oh, you make a color when you press some buttons. Nice. Why I get killed by this?
Please note
Nice.
the incandescent particle field across the exit. This Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill will vaporize any unauthorized equipment that passes through it.
Oh, wow. What if I get vaporized? How would they know that I am authorized? Do they have some sort of a chip that's inserted into me, question mark? Same. With the biggest quotation mark. Oh, wait.
If you feel liquid running down your neck, relax, lie on your back, and apply immediate pressure to your temples. You are simply experiencing a rare reaction in which the material emancipation grill may have emancipated the ear tubes inside your head.
Eh? Also, I just realized, potentially apocalyptic. Potentially apocalyptic, huh? Is this the Combine War going on the surface? They did mention Black Mesa. And this one has very close relation to Half-Life as well. It could be the Combine War. Oh my god, maybe I'll see like signs of Combine War going on. Oh, I love that sound. Can I press the button again? Sounds so good. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that's neat. I like the sound. Can I just... Ooh, I jumped really high. I believe he's talking about the ending of Portal 1. Aww. I thought they would be like implying a little bit on Half-Life.
Because of the technical difficulties we are currently
That's kinda
experiencing,
sad.
your test environment is unsupervised. Before re-entering a relaxation vault at the conclusion of testing, please take a moment to write down the results of your test. An Aperture Science Reintegration Associate will revive you for an interview when society has been rebuilt.
Revive you for an interview? More or less implying it takes place during or after Half-Life 2. How long the two are separated by is up to debate. Yeah, it's hard to say, honestly. It's hard to say. You know, it's like games. We can only make theories when we don't have concrete evidence. You know, it's always just theories.
If the Earth is currently governed by a manner of animal king, sentient cloud, or other governing body that either refuses to or is incapable of listening to reason.
Why are we worshipping the turret? Oh, is the... Oh, that's what's happening. Animal King takeover service announcement. Animal King, that's a turret, though. In the intro, it was 99999 days or years, whatever it said. Oh yeah, it never said 9999 days or years. So I'm gonna take the year I've been in cryostasis for 9999 glitches years at the beginning a bit seriously and think thousands of years have passed. Or days. It could be just like the...
Hey! You made it!
Hi!
There should be a portal device on that podium over there. I
What's
can't see
a
it, though.
podium?
Maybe it fell off. Do you want to go and have a quick look?
Are you a podium? You killed me,
Hello? Can you see the portal gun? Also, are you alive? That's important. Should have asked that first. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to work on the assumption that you're still alive, and I'm just going to wait for you up ahead. I'll wait 1 hour, then I'll come back, and assuming I can locate your dead body, I'll bury you. All right? Brilliant. Go team! See you in an hour, hopefully. If you're not dead.
Still waiting for dialogue bits? It's hard to tell when I can wait for dialogue bits. I don't know when I should, and I don't know when I should wait for dialogue bits. It's hard to tell. One clock was stuck at 7:35, stuck at 12. Another one? Oh, is it this one? Hey. Just playing with gun? Yeah. Not even looking at art missing lore. Am I? Really? You mean those art? Now I'm feeling a little... Are they worshipping the cube? I mean, fair enough. We should worship Companion Cube. I mean, I guess the first time me playing is probably gonna miss a lot of time, miss a lot of stuff. That's GLADoS, right? So they see the character that I'm playing as like the I saved everyone question mark? Very Kobo behavior. I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss a lot of stuff. Please don't like please don't alright? Just bear with me, I'm gonna miss a lot of stuff, okay? I'm not really the best when it comes to observing the surroundings. I'm not. Why are there so many eyes? Oh god. Chell is a god for destroying GLADoS? Who's Chell? Am I? Is it the character I'm playing Chell? I'm a god for well, Chell is a god for destroying GLADoS. I'm playing as Chell, okay. I mean, there's no indication on what my character's name is. Maybe I'll talk at some point. It's just so funny how he picked the gun and immediately started shooting and zooming around. I love portals. Do that speed ouch combo? It's a good one. It's a thing in comics where it explains the name. In the comics? There's a comic for Portal? Damn. Adorable Kobo. Wow. Wow. Adorable dragon. I see adorable dragon.
Some emergency testing may require prolonged interaction with lethal military androids. Rest assured that all lethal military androids have been taught to read and provided with one copy of the Laws of Robotics to share.
Yes, I can still do it. I get a throw.
Good. If you feel that a lethal military android has not respected your rights as detailed in the Laws of Robotics, please note it on your self-reporting form. A future Aperture Science Entitlement Associate will initiate the appropriate grievance filing paperwork.
What? Speaking of defeating GLADoS, the song they play during the credits right after, yeah, it's pretty good. I love it. Oh, I.
This next test is very dangerous. To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2...
Smooth jazz? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's some good smooth jazz. God damn it. No, my smooth jazz. I want my smooth jazz.
Emotional damage.
One down here? Yeah. It feels similar to Portal 1 question mark? Is it just me? Ooh.
Great work. Because this message is pre-recorded, any observations related to your performance are speculation on our part. Please disregard any undeserved compliments.
It was more smooth bridges. What? Man, I'm too thick. Oh, wait. What am I looking at? It's just, it all looks like formula. Oh, I want to make them fall perpetually. I love how you can shoot way faster. I like it for no reason. I mean, it's not gonna help anything if I get to shoot the gun faster, but I like it.
If the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other objects from space, please avoid unsheltered testing areas wherever a lack of shelter from space debris does not appear to be a deliberate part of the test.
Oh. If not GLADoS, am I gonna fight Wheatley? I mean, there's no other... I don't see any other entity around.
Yep.
Hmm? Oh. Button. Books. Huh? Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh, that was almost perfect. Almost.
Well, the Enrichment Center reminds you that although circumstances may appear bleak, you are not alone. All Aperture Science personality constructs will remain functional in apocalyptic, low-power environments of as few as 1.1 volts.
Is 1.1 volts a lot or nothing? I don't know anything about those kind of stuff.
This next test applies the principles of momentum to movement through portals. If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
Potato battery levels very low. Oh. Oh, it shows where the portal is? That's so nice. Ah. Nice.
If you are a non-employee who has discovered this facility amid the ruins of civilization, welcome. And remember, testing is the future, and the future starts with you.
I find it fun little hint. Huh? Still love to do that. Well, what? Maybe I can just jump in with the cube. I didn't mean to do that. It seems to hold on very well. Okay. Nice. Because I remember in the first game, when something like this happens, it will like let go immediately. Like the resistance. What? How did I go there? Oh, why don't I just do that? Yeah.
Good work getting this far, future starter. That said, if you are simple-minded, old, or irradiated in such a way that the future should not start with you, please return to your primitive tribe and send back someone better qualified for testing.
Man, why are you saying? Why are you so mean? So there's advanced and there's also primitive question mark? On their robot brain, there's either advanced or primitive.
To ensure that sufficient power remains for core testing protocols, all safety devices have been disabled. The Enrichment Center respects your right to have questions or concerns about this policy.
Man, I miss GLADoS. I feel like GLADoS and or Wheatley, when I'm doing the testing, their sound will make the test more fun. Oh. Hey!
Up here. Oh, brilliant! You did find a portal gun! Oh, do you know what? It just goes to show, people with brain damage are the real heroes in the end, aren't they, at the end of the day? Brave. Pop a portal on that wall behind me there, and I'll meet you on the other side of the room. just pop a portal right behind me there and come on through to the other side.
Huh?
Pop a little portal just there, all right behind me, and come on through.
I don't wanna.
Right behind me.
What wonderful timing, I know, right?
All right, let me explain again. Pop a portal behind me, all right, and come on through.
I have brain damage, you're gonna speak slower than that.
Pop a portal behind me on the wall, come on through.
I love you just saying the same thing over and over.
All right, let me explain again. Pop a portal behind me, all
Okay,
right,
okay.
and come on through. Okay, listen, let me lay something on you here. It's pretty heavy. They told me never, never, ever to disengage myself from my management rail or I would die. But we're out of options here. So get ready to catch me, all right, on the off chance that I'm not dead the moment I pop off this thing.
Oh.
On 3. Ready?
What if you die? I'm just gonna be so lonely.
2, 3. That's high. It's too high, isn't it? Really? That. All right. Going on 3 just gives you too much time to think about it. Let's go on 1 this time. Okay. Ready? 1. Catch me! Catch me! Ow!
Ow!
Ow! I am not dead. I'm not
Hey!
dead. Plug me into that stick on the wall over there, yeah, and I'll show you something. You'll be impressed by this. Go on, just jam me in over there.
I can use my portal gun.
Right on that stick, over there, just put me right on it.
No.
It is tricky, but just plug me in, please.
It is tricky. It's so tricky, I don't know what to do. Plug what
Plug
to
me
what?
into that stick on the wall over there. I'll show you something.
Are you gonna show me something? I show you me.
It does sound rude. I'm not going to lie to you. It does sound rude. It's not. Put me right on it. Stick me in.
Stick me in. I gotta need a coffee for this.
Plug me into that stick on the wall over there. I'll show you something.
I don't think there's any more.
It is tricky, but just plug me in, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do it if you're watching. Seriously, I'm not joking. Could you just turn around for a second? I can't do it if you're watching. I can't do it if you're watching. If you just turn around.
Yeah, I'm turning. Yeah, I'm turning.
What's that behind you? It's only a robot on a bloody stick. A different one.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
All right. Can't do it if you're leering at me. It's creepy.
What do you mean creepy? I mean, it is pretty creepy. One more. Uh-huh.
Okay, listen. I can't do it with you watching. I know it seems pathetic given what we've been through, but just turn round, please.
Okay.
All right, you can turn round now. Bam! Secret panel.
Oh.
Not open.
I saw you do it though.
Pick me up. Let's get out of here.
I'm fine.
Would you pick me up?
Bye bye.
Would you pick me up? Hey, pick me up.
Oh, I actually cannot.
And off.
Oh, okay.
Look at this. No rail to tell us where to go. Oh, this is brilliant. We can go wherever we want. Just hold on though. Where are we going? Seriously. Hang on. Let me just get my bearings. Just follow the rail, actually.
I don't wanna. I mean, this is the rail though. Oh, I cannot put you down. I love Wheatley.
Oh no. Yes, hello, no, we're not stopping. Don't make eye contact, whatever you do. No, thanks, we're good. Appreciate it. Keep moving, keep moving.
What did you say just now? Don't make eye contact? Oh shit. Kobo blue to the core? It's mine now. It's shiny too. It's blue shiny. Not as good as purple, but blue is also nice. Blue also very nice.
Probably ought to bring you up to speed on something right now. In order to escape, we're going to have to go through her chamber. And she will probably kill us if she's awake.
Didn't
we
we
want to just call it quits and we could just sit here forever? That's an option. Option A, sit here, do nothing. Option B, go through there, and if she's alive, she'll almost certainly kill us. So, if you've got any reservations whatsoever about this plan, now would be a tremendous time to voice them. Right now. In case you thought to yourself, I've missed the window of time to voice my reservations. Still open.
It's still open. Do you look anything purple? Only in some game. In one game that I remember very clearly is Minecraft. There's like purple amethyst. I just got a bunch of them. Made a house with amethyst. So good. Purple shiny. I mean, Deep Rock Galactic also have a lot of purple shinies as well. Those are great. Is GLADoS still alive?
Okay, I'm gonna lay my cards on the table. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go in there. Don't go in there. She's off. She's off. Don't panic over. She's off. All fine. On we go. There she is. What a nasty piece of work she was, honestly. Like a proper maniac. Do you know who ended up taking her down in the end? You're not going to believe this. A human. I know. I wouldn't have believed it either. Apparently this human escaped and nobody's seen him since. Then there was a sort of long chunk of time where absolutely nothing happened. And then there's us escaping now. So that's pretty much the whole story. You're up to speed. Don't touch me.
I want to touch things, but I cannot put you down, you lucky. So am I in danger as I am pink purple? Yes. I would say don't let me get close to you, but I would say rather let me get close to you so that I can steal loot, yeah. Remember the purple one for the first game? Purple. Oh, you mean one of the purple core? I think I remember that. I remember the best is the red one. It's just like his growl and grr and everything. constant growling.
Okay, down these stairs. Jump! Actually, look at it. That's quite a distance, isn't it? Okay, you know what? Go ahead and jump. You've got braces on your legs, so you're all set. Although no braces on your arms, though. So you're going to have to rely on the old human strength to keep a grip on the device and, by extension, me. So do really make sure you keep a grip on me. Also, a note: no braces on your spine either. So don't land on that. Or your head. No braces there. That could split like a melon from this height. So do definitely focus on landing with your legs.
We'll try.
Quick question: have you been working out? Because I'll be honest, there's no evidence of it. You know, I'm not like just a plastic cup. We will be landing with some force, so bit of grip. Just using grip, classic grip. Right, let's go. Jump. What's the worst that could happen? I just thought about the worst thing that could happen. I just thought of something even worse. Better plan, a new plan. No imagining of any potential outcomes whatsoever. Okay, just jump. Just jump into the abyss and see what happens. Oh, it's still there. It's still in my head.
I'm not gonna jump. Smash it, smash it, smash it. No, I'm not playing cat game anymore. I'm gonna jump.
Ah! Oh, still held. Still being held. That's a great job. You've applied the grit. We're all fine. That's tremendous.
Man, I'm being validated by Wheatley all the time. I feel great about this game. Oh, spooky. This is like a horror game, spooky.
Ah! I just looked down. I do not recommend it. Ah! I've just done it again.
It's so alive. Wheatley is so alive.
This is the main breaker room. Look for a switch that says escape pod. Alright, don't touch anything else. Not interested in anything else. Don't touch anything else. Don't even look at anything else. Just, well, obviously you've got to look at everything else to find the escape pod. But as soon as you look at something and it doesn't say escape pod, look at something else. Look at the next thing, alright? But don't touch anything else or look at anything. Well, look at other things, but don't. You understand?
Oh.
Can you see it anywhere? I can't see it
God.
anywhere. Tell you what, plug me in and I'll turn the lights on.
No. 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 But he's British. But he's so fun though.
Let there be light. That's God. Just quoting God. Oh, look at that. It's turning. Ominous. But probably fine, as long as it doesn't start, moving up. Now. Escape pod. It's moving up. Okay. Okay, no, don't worry. I've got it. This should slow it down. No, makes it go faster. Uh-oh.
Power up initiated.
Okay, don't panic. All right, stop panicking. I can still stop this. Oh, there's a password. Okay, it's fine. I'll just hack it. It's not a problem.
Is that GLADoS?
A.
6A?
C. Wait, did I do B? Okay, start writing these down.
Power up complete.
I don't. Okay, listen. All right, new plan. Act natural. We've done nothing wrong. Hello.
Oh, it's you.
Oh.
You know her?
It's been a long time. How have you been? I've been really busy being dead. You know, after you murdered me.
You did what?
Oh
no! No! Oh,
no, Wheatley!
No!
Okay, look, we both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think
No,
we can put our
Wheatley!
differences behind us. For science, you monster. I will say, though, that since you went to all the trouble of waking me up, you must really, really love to test. I love it too. There's just one small thing we need to take care of first.
Reunite with GLADoS, you monster. Hey, someone flipped all the breakers in my apartment. What the fuck? What? Is there a break-in? Please be careful. It's just me. I totally didn't see on the cables. Totally didn't rip my fat ass.
Here we are, the incinerator room. Be careful not to trip over any parts of me that didn't get completely burned when you threw them down here.
Oh my
The
god.
dual portal device should be around here somewhere. Once you find it, we can start testing, just like old times.
I was making a joke about you going on that shaft. Kobo's like, oh no. I mean, oh, cute. But how about Wheatley? Wheatley's dead. Companion cube. Man, I do miss GLADoS though.
There it is. Hold on. There.
Thanks.
Good. You have a dual portal device. There should be a way back to the testing area up ahead. Once testing starts, I'm required by protocol to keep interaction with you to a minimum. Luckily, we haven't started testing yet. This will be our only chance to talk.
I like talking with GLADoS. Kobo! Hi Kobo, hi Metal. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Yep. All the yips. What were you playing? A War Thunder. Oh, it's the tank game. More grinding on War Thunder. Hopefully it went well. Yeah. War Thunder, the military secret leaking game? Did that really happen? I mean, that sounds so wild. But thanks for the raid, Metal. Also, hi, everyone from the raid. I forgot to speak. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art every Monday. Yeah. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid. It happens to this day, actual military documents. It's like still happening? That is wild. Holy shit. The last one was last week. I mean, if it's leaking so much...
Let me get that for you. Do you know the biggest lesson I learned from what you did? I discovered I have a sort of black box quick save feature. In the event of a catastrophic failure, the last 2 minutes of my life are preserved for analysis. I was able, well, forced really, to relive you killing me again and again, forever. You know, if you'd done that to somebody else, they might devote their existence to exacting revenge. Luckily, I'm a bigger person than that. I'm happy to put this all behind us and get back to work. After all, we've got a lot to do, and only 60 more years to do it. More or less. I don't have the actuarial tables in front of me.
I love GLADoS talks. Modern classified documents on modern state of the art military material. Huh. I like how you can say revenge. Yeah, revenge. The voice acting in this game is just so good. I love. Speaking of, I think it's okay to get sussy now, by the way. Sussy. Huh? GLADoS is such a good VA. Yeah, I know. Actually, wonderful VA. Oh. We can type dragons. Speaking of dragons, oh, I'm always sussy towards dragons. Non-stop. She also voiced the computers in Pacific Rim 1. Oh.
I'll just move that out of the way for you. This place really is a wreck. But the important thing is you're back. With me. And now I'm on to all your little tricks. So there's nothing to stop us from testing for the rest of your life. After that, who knows? I might take up a hobby. Reanimating the dead, maybe.
What? But where's Wheatley? I want Wheatley. I mean, GLADoS is cool too, but Wheatley? Revenge. Oh. The cold boot.
Sorry about the mess. I've really let the place go since you killed me. By the way, thanks for that.
Sarcasm self-test complete.
Oh good, that's back online. I'll start getting everything else working while you perform this first simple test, which involves deadly lasers and how test subjects react when locked in a room with deadly lasers.
Ooh. It's okay now since we're far enough. Oh, okay. I like how she said she had 60 years or so left, and that wasn't meaning the life of the facility. Yeah, weird. But the robot has... Yeah? Yeah. Oh my god. Ow. It's so shiny though. What kind of indestructible creature am I? Oh, she meant you're alive. Okay, so I'm actually indestructible. Okay. Just wanted to tell. Ixen! Hi, Ixen. Hi, Draken.
Sorry about the mess. I've really let the place go since you killed me. By the way, thanks for that.
Sarcasm self-test complete.
Oh good, that's back online. I'll start getting everything else working while you perform this first simple test, which involves deadly lasers and how test subjects react when locked in a room with deadly lasers.
Deadly lasers. I think Tyrion touches the oven when it's on. Yeah, I do. Is water bad? I cannot jump up. Oh, okay. This one?
Not bad. I forgot how good you are at this. You should pace yourself, though. We have a lot of tests to do.
And VA for GLADoS also voices Overwatch in the Half-Life 2 games. The Combine Advisor thing, right? Imagine GLADoS just watching you kill yourself with a laser. I wonder if she would be happy or upset. Probably upset. Probably upset. Totally doesn't also touch the oven when it's on. I would. It's shiny, it's bright. Undiscouraged. Complete the first thermal discouragement test something? Would I want to say that she's voiced by Tara Strong when I 100% know it's not right? I don't know. Yip, 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 yip. Yip, yip, yip. Yep.
This next test involves discouragement redirection cubes. I just finished building them before you had your, well, episode. So now we'll both get to see how they work. There should be one in the corner.
Welcome. Hey, chump! That's the best thing that I can do. Is that Wheatley? That's Wheatley. Wait, that's Wheatley though. Oh. Oh. Hey Wheatley, can you help me with that? Wait, the other one is just gone. Imagine playing the game until now without jumping. I know, right? Impossible. What? Oh god. Oh? Do I need to redirect the laser? Maybe I need to redirect the laser to some... Wait, it's below, huh? Can I maybe like... If I redirect the laser like this... And now I have laser... But that's not gonna help. I still need that one. Yep, I need the box. Oh. Oh! Wait, I fucking jumped down. So if I do this... And then when I get up, and then I shoot at the box.
Well done.
Oh!
Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
I guess we weren't, huh? Hi, Shine. Can you portal the floor? I just realized. I'll try not to read the chat too much when I'm doing puzzles until I need help. So yeah, hi. I hope you're doing good. Good thing white walls are the place you can put portals on. I didn't realize. GLADoS and Handsome Jack are a couple of my favorite villains. GLADoS and...
Don't let that horrible person thing discourage you. It's just a data point. If it makes you feel any better, science has now validated your birth mother's decision to abandon you on a doorstep.
I'm gonna get that kangaroo. It's Oshi! Hi! I'm gonna get that kangaroo. Which kangaroo are you gonna get? Who's kangaroo? Oshi, hi! Oh my god, it's been a while. Hope you've been well. Animal well? Oh! Never played the game. But if there's kangaroo, then yeah. Kangaroo's nice. I love kangaroos. Not as much as I love dragons though. I've been animal well, I'm gonna cry, but that's good to know too. It's super good. I should check the game out. Yeah. Also, hi Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art every Monday.
Hello and welcome.
Hope you are doing good. Lumi, the transfem fluff. Oh, transfem, nice. Friend. And thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Hope you are doing good. I'm playing Portal 2 for the first time. Yesterday I finished the... Is it right picture? Yesterday I finished on Portal and now I'm playing Portal 2. Breen, why is that red kind of scary? It looks kind of scary, no? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh god, my brain is gonna be gone. Oh no. Oh yeah, y'all should check out Oshi. Oshi's wonderful. Very good vibes. What does that do? What? Huh? What does that do? Oh, I need 2 lasers. Oh, there's 2 lasers. I didn't even notice.
Congratulations. Not on the test. Most people emerge from suspension terribly undernourished. I want to congratulate you on beating the odds and somehow managing to pack on a few pounds.
I didn't intend to do it that way. I didn't even finish the puzzle, GLADoS. Too many variables. Sucker's luck. Exile. Oh. You managed to get fat when most people lose weight. Good job. I don't know if I should happy. I don't know if I should be happy or should I feel sad about it. I forgot that could happen. I forgot. Not the music. Oh. Crap. Crap. Oh. No radio friend for you. This game's mean.
One moment.
Uh-huh.
You're navigating these test chambers faster than I can build them, so feel free to slow down and do whatever it is you do when you're not destroying this facility.
Nice. I just saw Wheatley in, a few tests back, I think. Will it stop? Question mark? I want it. Give it to me. Ooh. Wheatley died? No, I mean, Wheatley did get not squished, but I don't think Wheatley died. I don't believe that. Oh.
I'll give you credit. I guess you are listening to me. But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly. Waddle over to the elevator and we'll continue the testing.
Waddle. While watching your eyes move and seeing them scan the movements. Yeah. It's slow for me to like scan my surroundings. I'm slower. I have to really look around. Where's the fun redeem? I disabled them for indefinite time because I personally don't find them funny anymore, so I kind of stopped having them. It was funny for like 2.5 years, but after that it does get a little bit old afterwards. But hi Dex. Boo, oh, I'm sorry if you feel that way. I just really don't like the font anymore. Nice.
This next test involves the Aperture Science Aerial Faith Plate. It was part of an initiative to investigate how well test subjects could solve problems when they were catapulted into space. Results were highly informative. They could not. Good luck.
They could not get luck. Area of faith? Oh. Oh. Hey, this part looks clean. Look at that. Oh. Hey. Oh. Got him.
Here's an interesting fact. You're not breathing real air. It's too expensive to pump this far down. We just take carbon dioxide out of a room, freshen it up a little, and pump it back in. So you'll be breathing the same room full of air for the rest of your life. I thought that was interesting.
Is that? I mean, I've seen my fair share of a certain videos. That's kind of... Okay, I'll stop. And so, just kidding, I don't have one. Huh? What?
Let's see what the next test is. Oh, advanced aerial faceplates.
What?
Well, have fun soaring through the air without a care in the world.
Thanks,
I have to
GLADoS.
go to the wing that was made entirely of glass and pick up 15 acres of broken glass. By myself.
What do you mean, Jade, huh? Huh? I don't know. Alright, thanks. What kind of life leak shit are you watching while off stream? It's not life leak shit. Oh, can I catapult myself to somewhere else? Like that one? That seems too far away. Oh. Oh, that just brings me back. Okay, okay. So, where would I want to catapult myself off of? There. Nice, try again. Nice.
Oh, sorry. I'm still cleaning out the test chambers, so sometimes there's still trash in them, standing around, smelling and being useless. Try to avoid the garbage hurtling towards you. You don't have to test with the garbage. It's garbage. Press the button again.
But shiny. This is shiny. It's not enough. Mine. Nice.
Remember before when I was talking about smelly garbage standing around being useless? That was a metaphor. I was actually talking about you. And I'm sorry. You didn't react at the time, so I was worried it sailed right over your head, which would have made this apology seem insane. That's why I had to call you garbage a second time just now.
I love GLADoS. What makes GLADoS such a lovable villain? I don't know. Like everything GLADoS does is just bad, but
Did you know
I don't hate
guilty
GLADoS.
consciences are more easily startled by loud noises?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that went off. Anyway, just an interesting science fact.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't know why it went off, huh? To be honest, you did kill her? I did kill her, and then GLADoS need to relieve that death for God knows how long, you know? She did mention that she needs to relive those death moments again and again and again and again. So it is kind of fucked up. Laser.
Oh, did I accidentally fizzle that before you could complete the test? I'm sorry. Go ahead and grab another one.
Where? It's companion cube.
Oh, no. I fizzled that one too.
No, I fizzled that one.
Oh well. We have warehouses full of the things. Absolutely worthless. I'm happy to get rid of them.
Is it gonna dissolve to the laser? No, it doesn't. Hey, it's Wheatley! Nah. I saw that time. I need this cube. Oh, I have to abandon the cube again? Oh, crap. Do I have to though? Yeah, I guess I have to. Fine. Cannot believe I have to abandon a cube again. Now people know that I'm a stinky dragon. Now
Every
people
test
know.
chamber is equipped with an emancipation grill at its exit, so that test subjects cannot smuggle test objects out of the test area. This one is broken. Don't take anything with you.
Don't take anything with me. I'm taking something with me. And that something is the goddamn box. How do I even take it? Oh, wait, maybe that's how I do it? If I send this cube first, then I should be able to like grab it afterwards. Why am I sliding? Why am I sliding? Yeah, let's try it. So this one. Wait, I do need to stand here though. Wait, is there a place that I can... Alright, give me a second. Oh! I just put one there? Alright, gonna have an adventure. Whee! Break the rules in test chamber 07. I don't care. What do you mean break the rules? There's no rules in Kobo universe. Get out. Oh!
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
Oh my god, you fuck. you fuck. Still the GLADoS. Kobo overcomplicating things as always. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the immediate solution.
Involves emancipation grills. Remember, I told you about them in the last test area that did not have one. The turbines again. I have to go. Wait, this next test does require some explanation. Let me give you the fast version. There. If you have any questions, just remember what I said in slow motion. Test on your own recognizance. I'll be right back.
Did people slow-mo that and is it actually audible? I'm curious. Let me go search it up. Portal to GLADoS. Fast explanation. What does GLADoS say in slow motion? Slow down version? May 2011. What does GLADoS say in Taste Chamber 8? Is this Taste Chamber 8? Okay, it is. I found a video. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna do, and then I found this one. Don't know how accurate this is gonna be.
The turbines again. I have to go. Wait, this next test does require some explanation. Let me give you the fast version. And methodically knocking people's hats off, then I count it high time to get to sea as soon as I can. There, if you have any questions.
Wait, GLADoS does say something.
And methodically knocking people's hats off, then.
And methodically hacks off people's hats off?
I count it high time to get to sea as soon as I can. There.
Oh my god, she actually says something. Well, I don't know what she's saying, but that was interesting. Alright, good stuff. Good stuff. What does that have to do with this? I don't know. Methodically hacks people heads off? Question mark? Huh? Oh, this is so confusing. What does this box gonna do? You cannot go through that. The only place that can place portal is there? I don't get it. Oh wait, I get it now. I can go through portals here. Hey. It doesn't go up though. Alright, let me get back. Oh, okay, I see it. I think I see it. Let me try. Right? Yeah, and then I can go through here. Okay, okay. Oh my god, that was a bit of a mind fuck. Oh, GLADoS is silent? Oh. I know how to solve it. I just figure it out now. If you need help, oh, it's okay. I'll take it slow sometimes. I'll tell chat when I explicitly like need help. Why I just like need help? Why do I use the word? I don't know. Will I die from this? What are you doing, GLADoS? It doesn't allow me to get squashed.
Hey, it's me! I'm okay!
Oh!
Well, I'm back. The aerial faceplate in here is sending a distress signal. You broke it, didn't you?
I didn't.
There. Try it now.
right? I was just lying there. You thought I was done.
This plate must not be calibrated to someone of your generousness. I'll add a few zeros to the maximum weight.
Oh, thanks.
You look great, by the way. Very healthy.
Hey,
Try it
thanks.
now.
Okay.
Bird, right? Couldn't believe it either.
You seem to have defeated its load-bearing capacity. Well done. I'll just lower the ceiling.
No, Wheatley, I want to listen to your whatever bird that is. Oh, that's great. No, I want to listen to Wheatley. Oh, wait, I need to go there first, so I need orange portal here. And I'm gonna come out of blue, and I'm gonna reach there. What? Do I even... Hey. Nice who? I think I can shoot down the portals from out there, I think. So let's go up first.
Look at you, sailing through the air majestically, like an eagle, piloting a blimp.
Yeah, okay. I'm back in more pissed than I've ever fucking be. Wow. Is it from the map thing?
Enjoy this next test. I'm going to go to the surface. It's a beautiful day out. Yesterday I saw a deer. If you solve this next test, maybe I'll let you ride an elevator all the way up to the break room. And I'll tell you about the time I saw a deer again.
I mean, deer sounds good. Dynamic music too. What's the point of all this white space? Are they gonna help with anything? Oh, I can fly. Oh, I can fly. So... What? I can fly. No. I need to bring this cube with me. Yeah, now I can fly over there. In the milk, in the pie. Even the cube has the music. The lasers can shoot. So I need... Huh? There's no place that can shoot laser this high. Right? Oh, here. So lasers here. What's with this cube? I need to redirect the laser here. I need to go back down. Yeah, because this one doesn't redirect it. Yeah? Nice. I should have brought the cube with me. It's okay, I can do it again. It's a fun ride. Go. Go. Nice.
Well, you passed the test. I didn't see the deer today. I did see some humans. But with you here, I've got more test subjects than I'll ever need.
Just me one? I just feel like punching a hole through my fucking Mac. But if I do, my dad will straighten me the fuck out. After I have to get a hard drive plug it in and use boot camp system, no, there's just a way to delete half my fucking hard drive with this bullshit. Still don't know anything that's like technical here, so I mean, if it's frustrating, but I don't think I can help in any way. The problem is it's a Mac. It's a Mac. I never used MacBook ever before. I mean, to be fair, I only had... I have one laptop when I was in mid-school. And then after that, no, I don't have laptop, I don't have PC until university. Then I need to start doing 3D rendering stuff. Then yeah, I have my own PC. Never used Mac before.
These bridges are made from natural light that I pump in from the surface. If you rubbed your cheek on one, it would be like standing outside with the sun shining on your face. It would also set your hair on fire, so don't actually do it.
I want to do it though. 3 half my half drive, which means 3 half everything on it. I'm aware. Yeah, I know. Still not doing this. Oh, it's like a bridge. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, even jumping has a different noise. I didn't do it, I was about to. Well, the aggression is unwarranted then, isn't it? Uh-oh. Do I need the cube? I need a cube for that button. I can always go back out with the portal over there so I can go down. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. It's that one. So this one here. This one. Oh. Yeah, that works.
Excellent. You're a predator, and these tests are your prey. Speaking of which, I was researching sharks for an upcoming test. Do you know who else murders people who are only trying to help them? Did you guess sharks? Because that's wrong. The correct answer is nobody. Nobody but you is that pointlessly cruel.
Okay, GLADoS, I get the point. I get the point. The first hard light bridge test. Nobody but you. And gosh, I love GLADoS. I love GLADoS.
Good news. I figured out what to do with all the money I save recycling your one room full of air. When you die, I'm going to laminate your skeleton and pose you in the lobby. That way future generations can learn from you how not to have your unfortunate bone structure.
Wow. That's something else, GLADoS. Because I want to move and my mom isn't gonna have time to replace my Mac with a window, and I'm trying to be able to get windows in there so I can take it with me at campsite in Arizona. I can, or else I literally get depression. I cannot say much on that situation, honestly.
Perfect. The door's malfunctioning. I guess somebody's going to have to repair that too. No, don't get up. I'll be right back. Don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything? Don't touch anything? Oh, you bet I'm gonna touch everything.
Hey, up here. I found some bird eggs up here. Just dropped them into the door mechanism. Shut it right down. Bird! Okay, that's probably the bird in it that laid the eggs. Livid. Okay, look, the point is, we're gonna break out of here, alright? Very soon, I promise. I just have to figure out how to break us out of here. Here she comes. Just keep testing. Remember, you never saw me.
Oh, okay.
I went and spoke with the door mainframe. Let's just say he won't be, well, living anymore. Anyway, back to testing.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the bridge again. It's at such a weird angle, though. I think this is accurate enough. Yeah, look at that.
Well done. In fact, you did so well, I'm going to note this on your file, in the commendation section. Oh, there's lots of room here. Did well. Enough.
Gosh, I feel like GLADoS is not. I mean, GLADoS is not talking as much as she is in.
This next test
Which
involves
one?
turrets.
Which is
you
fair
remember
enough.
them, right? They're the pale spherical things that are full of bullets. Oh wait, that's you in 5 seconds. Good luck.
That's in 5 seconds. Oh man. Every time GLADoS speaks. Oh. Hi.
Put me down. Are you still there? Hello, resting. Is anyone there?
Hello.
Searching.
Go to your corner.
Good night.
she's very salty. GLADoS is so salty. But she's not salty to a point where she wants to destroy everything. You know, like when in fighting games people get salty, they just destroy the controller, bang everything. It's like, not GLADoS. I love the dynamic music though.
Searching.
They're probably gonna need friend. Or just like, yeah, just do that. Still hear them sing. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Oh, did they nerf the box? Yeah, they totally nerfed the box. The box is now way smaller, so I cannot just do what I did in Portal 1, I suppose, I guess? I cannot just like duck behind the box and just dodge everything now, can I? Try it. Hey, I'm here. Yeah, it's not 100%. It's not 100. It's not 100% anymore. Oh, they're all like. I think it's here. Close enough. Yeah, close enough. Oh my god. Whoa.
Critical error.
How you doing?
Shutting down.
Shutting down. Love the turrets. Oh, do I just jump down? Yeah, I guess. I'm going off rail again. It's a nice door. Is she gonna notice? Yeah. I think she's probably gonna notice. I'm going off rail
To
again.
maintain a constant testing cycle, I simulate daylight at all hours and add adrenal vapor to your oxygen supply. So you may be confused about the passage of time. The point is, yesterday was your birthday. I thought you'd want to know.
Hey, thanks. I would like to know. Oh, that's how they fix it? Damn. Efficiency. And just like that, it's done. I actually see the solution. Wow, that's the first. So one portal here. One here to get two of them. And then bring the cube.
You know how I'm
Wow.
going to live forever, but you're going to be dead in 60 years? Well, I've been working on a belated birthday present for you. Well, more of a belated birthday medical procedure. Well, technically, it's a medical experiment. What's important is it's a present.
I love presents. Man, GLADoS got me a present? Oh. Wowee. Wow, wow, wow.
That jumpsuit you're wearing looks stupid. That's not me talking. It's right here in your file. On other people it looks fine. But right here a scientist has noted that on you it looks stupid.
Is that scientist you?
What does a neck-bearded old engineer know about fashion? He probably... Oh, wait. It's a she. Still, what does she know? Oh wait, it says she has a medical degree. In fashion. From France.
Huh? Oh, I can just block the sensor like that? Oh, they use the laser sight to search for me.
There you are. Are you still there?
Uh-oh. Oh.
I don't blame you. Hello.
Oh.
Would you come over here?
Oh, that works. Nice. Oh, they're protecting it. What's with this? This one doesn't help with anything. No, I can shoot anywhere. Have you seen all the Aperture Labs videos? Funny shorts? Nope. Never watched them. Oh, wait, what if I... Oh! Right, of course. Okay.
Are you still there? Will you come over here? I don't hate you. Shutting down. Are you still there? Good resting. Searching. Is anyone there? Hey.
Can you shoot me like this?
No hard feelings. No hard feelings.
I'm going through the list of test subjects in cryogenic storage. I managed to find 2 with your last name. A man and a woman. So that's interesting. It's a small world.
I mean, is people having the same last name a rare occurrence? I mean...
I have a surprise waiting for you after this next test. Telling you would spoil the surprise. So I'll just give you a hint. It involves meeting 2 people you haven't seen in a long time.
In a long time? Have I even see any people in Portal 1? Other than Wheatley in Portal 2, that's it. I posted a playlist and video sharing on the Discord. Okay, I'll definitely give it a watch afterwards. Thank you, Vori. They're funny? Nice. Love me some funny videos. I'm on test 16 already? Yo, I'm pretty fast.
Target lost. Target lost. Hibernating.
So they can see me through the glass door. I get to destroy them. Eat laser. Oh.
Activated. Who's there?
Can I use the laser to destroy? Sure can. What? Oh, I pushed it. Shame. You're maybe like 1/10 of the way. Oh my god. Nice. So GLADoS is sentient, right? Because GLADoS know human emotions like Well, not human emotions, but human thing, like death and shit.
It says this next test was designed by one of Aperture's Nobel Prize winners. It doesn't say what the prize was for. Well, I know it wasn't for being immune to neurotoxin.
Being immune to neurotoxin? She only knows that because she killed the whole facility. She killed the whole facility? Wait, that's her work? I actually didn't know. Oh shit. Wow. So GLADoS is bad, but she's not so bad. You know, she feels like a methodical villain, other than like the violent, gore, no heart villain. It's very different. Like the other villain that makes me think of, that reminds me of GLADoS would be somehow Shen. Shen in Kung Fu Panda 2. I don't know. I think Shen is like super neat. Is Kobo stuck? No, I know I'm stuck. Oh no, I need help. How do I help a Kobo to get unstuck? What if I type do I type unstuck in the chat? Do I just do this? Unstuck. Hi Salo. Oh my god, look at that booty. Wow. Get me out of here? No. Rescue cheesecake. I see. That's a really good cheesecake. And a really nice emote. And a really nice cheesecake as well. Hope you're doing good, Salo. Don't boot me there. No, we must boot there. Oh, at least I must boot there. I must boot there. I'm doing good, just playing some games. Nice. The game sounds good. Oh, I forgot I could just do that. Nothing really leads me there. am I going? The bell invites here the turret, for it is now that summons the redacted to heaven or to hell. That's not Chell, right? So people have been holding up here to survive, question mark? Waiting for a return? More, question mark? This thing like seeing not only with my eyes. Your eyes? What is this thing? So I guess this is like an extra lore bits, I guess. I guess we love extra lore bits. I don't get it. There's no place for you to go there, huh? This was weird. There's no way to go there. There's no white tile here. Then what am I supposed to do? It's not like I can fly. I don't see the solution to this one. If there's no white tile here, what for? Oh wait, what if I... Oh, I see. Oh, I actually see the solution now. Holy shit. Oh, that took a while. While blocking it, and this one is gonna fall down when I switch.
I bet you think I forgot
Oh my
about your
God.
surprise. I didn't. In fact, we're headed to your surprise right now. After all these years, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it.
Oh, that one was a tough one. My brain hurts. The surprise. Oh.
Initiating surprise in 3, 2, 1. I made it all up. Surprise.
Thanks.
Oh, come on. If it makes you feel any better, they abandoned you at birth. So I very seriously doubt they'd even want to see you.
I mean, at least GLADoS prepared something. Oh, shit. Why don't the two of them just kiss? Oh, they fly. What did the... Oh, okay, okay. I think my brain is gone already. I'm only 2.5 hours in. Hey, man. Kobo, fucky. Fucky. Kobo's fucky. Hope you're doing good, man. Kobo's fucking? Huh? Is that Kobo's fucking?
Yep.
Without me, huh?
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
Yep.
Can you use that?
Yep.
I sure can. So, I can... Yep.
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 Caw!
Yep.
Yep.
Yippee.
Yep.
Yep. Where is it? Where's what?
Yep.
Oh, you mean the Kobo fucky? It should be there. I didn't change anything.
Ooh, shiny.
Yeah, I'll help.
Yep.
Yep. Oh god, my PC's dying. What the fuck? Oh no.
Yep.
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 Yip yip.
Yip.
When streamer themselves start to abuse this.
Yip, 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 yip.
Oh, there it is.
Yip yip.
Yip yip.
Nice, we got a few of them. That was weird.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Yip yip.
Yip,
Yip.
yip, yip, yip.
Yip yip.
Ooh, shiny.
Yip yip.
Yip, 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 yip.
Ooh, shiny.
Yip.
Ooh, shiny.
Oh my god. Yip yip.
Ooh, shiny.
Yip,
Why are you trying to find?
yip, 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 yip.
My finger's not feeling well today. I'm not feeling well today. Like the ooh shiny one? Oh yeah, I make that one. It's pretty good. I like it too. It's like ooh shiny. I just go like ooh shiny and then up the pitch so much.
Yip
Yip.
yip. Oh my
Yip.
god.
Yip yip yip.
Yark.
Ooh, shiny.
Yip
Yep.
yip. Oh my god. Yip yark.
Yip yip.
Oh my god. Yip yip.
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 Yip, 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 yip.
Yep. Oh. Maybe? That works? Oh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Hello everyone, hello Mert. Hope Mert is doing heckin' rotastic. And also hi Nexus. Wings.
Hello,
Ow, ow, ow.
and welcome.
Why is this so hard? It's not supposed to be hard. Nice. Daniel Alexander Gaming, hi. Thanks for the follow. Oh. What's that do? I need one more laser there. Oh, that's why there's 2 cubes. Oh. Okay. I see what I need to do. With that, I need to shoot over there and shoot the laser. have to be fast? Oh wait, no. Should have done it from the start.
I feel awful about that surprise. Tell you what, let's give your parents a call right now.
The birth parents you are trying to reach do not love you. Please hang up.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad. But impressive. Maybe they worked at the phone company.
Probably. Nice, that one was not too bad. Or maybe playing this game makes my brain expand a little bit now. Look at that rolling ball.
Hey, how's it going? I taught my way onto the old nanobot work crew rebuilding this shaft. They are really small. So, oh, I know, Jerry. No, I'm on a break, mate. On a break. Ow! Just hang in there for 5 more. What, Jerry? You can't fire me for that. Yes, Jerry. Or maybe your prejudiced worksite should have accommodated a nanobot of my size. Thanks for the hate crime, Jer. See you in court, mate. Anyway, look, just hang in there for 5 more chambers.
Gosh, I love Wheatley. I love Wheatley. I love GLADoS.
Well, you know the old formula. Comedy equals tragedy plus time. And you have been asleep for a while. So I guess it's actually pretty funny when you do the math.
Oh no, you lost me there. What the fuck does that have to do with math? Ooh, look at the shiny floor. Y'all see that? Shiny floor? And we could touch it. Whoa. It's gone. No more shiny wall. I have made what's the Logan Paul thing again? Like continuous lack of judgment something? Severe mistake something? I don't remember, but it's funny. Don't know why I quoted that, but hey. I need a more shiny floor. Why the shiny floor though, but I'll take it.
Kobo, fuck yeah.
Hey, fish try. Okay, what does that do? Oh. So this one shoots straight up. I can technically fly everywhere, anywhere I want, no? Oh, maybe I need to fly here first. This is very hard to do though. Oh, it's impossible. Oh, okay, I see the path. Let me try again. Fly up with some time. This one. Yeah. Now that one's shooting there, need to fly over that part, right? That part. Oh, I need to shoot portals when I... Huh? How the fuck did I do that? I could maybe just let the cube fly over there first, if I can. That worked out. You know, we shoot blue. Fly up yellow. Close enough. Puzzles get super advanced in Portal 2. I actually feel like my forehead is oiled up, you know what I mean? Like, when you use too much brain power, that happens. Which is kinda weird, but it is what it is. So, now I need that laser. One over there. I have to really use my thinking cap for this one. I have to really use my noggins. My nuggets. Yep. Oh. I guess that's one way of doing it. That laser is it's at a very weird angle. I think it's the same angle as that one. So now I need to go back there. So here. Oh, oops. Nice.
I thought about our dilemma, and I came up with a solution that I honestly think works out best for one of both of us.
One of both of us? Well, I have a sneaking suspicion that one of us is not gonna be me. Yeah, the puzzle is really difficult now. Really have to think about it. It's hard.
Federal regulations require me to warn you that this next test chamber is looking pretty good.
Ooh.
That's right. The facility is completely operational again.
Nice. It is looking pretty nice. Yo, this actually looks really nice. She's not lying. Three lasers. 2 cubes. I could use laser to get this one. Or can I? I mean, that's one, right? Oh, I'm gonna need 2 cubes to only get 1. Because huh? Wait, okay, so one of these. Yeah, 2 cubes for one of these. I mean, that one probably looks pretty ridiculous. Let me reset this. One straight line. That's one, right? So how do I even do the third one? There's no way one portal can do one. So 2 portals to get 1 laser? In a way, I should be able to make 1 cube for 1 laser. But how? one blocks it off. Wait. Oh, Wait, no, that didn't help. That is technically still... Huh? There's no fucking way, right? Yeah, the portal is not that big. So close. Oh man, just like one frame away. One portal, two lasers. This doesn't count as one portal, two laser. Maybe I should use the diagonal line. Yeah, maybe I should use the diagonal line. Give me a second. So, blue here. Yeah, immediately go to the first one. I think this one has more angle, I think. Or at least it should be a little bit easier to deal with. Oh yeah. This one do the straight line. Then this one do the third one. Oh, that's so clever. I would have never thought about that. I don't know how I figured that one out. Just move the portal over 1 mm. It doesn't want to move. But that's nice, that's nice.
I think these test chambers look even better than they did before. It was easy, really. You just have to look at things objectively, see what you don't need anymore, and trim out the fat.
Trim out the fat? So I think there's only like one more test, question mark? Nice, yeah. My brain is expanding a little bit. I think my brain is expanding.
I've got a surprise for you after this next test. Not a fake, tragic surprise like last time. A real surprise with tragic consequences.
Oh.
And real confetti this time. The good stuff. Our last bag. Part of me's going to miss it. But at the end of the day, it was just taking up space.
Space. 2D1. The good stuff. Button. Oh.
What's going on? Who turned off the lights?
Hey, buddy. I'm speaking in an accent that is beyond her range of hearing.
Oh.
Look, metal ball, I can hear you.
Run! I don't need to do the voice. Run! Run!
What if I don't run?
Come on! Come
Okay, okay, okay.
Come on, come on, come on.
What if I don't run?
Run, for goodness sake. Run!
I mean, this.
Run! Come on, I'm closing the doors. Okay, quick recap. We are escaping. Alright, that's what's happening now. We're escaping. So you're doing great, just keep running. Quick word about the future plans that I've got in store. We're gonna shut down her turret production line, alright? Turn off her neurotoxin and then confront her. Again, though, for the moment, run! This way, this way.
Okay, okay.
Come on, let's go.
The irony is you were almost at the last test.
Yeah.
Here it is. Why don't you just do it? Trust me, it's an easier way out than whatever asinine plan your friend came up with.
Asinine
Oh,
plan.
what? Come, how stupid does she think we are?
Asinine plan. Oh, look at that. So, wait, I actually get to choose here? Can I quick save? I never really quick saved before. Oh, nice. So I guess I get to choose here. Sorry, Wheatley.
Wait, where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh look, there's a deer. You probably can't see it. Get closer.
Oh no, neurotoxin! Ugh. Oh, I have to run still? Oh, wait.
Wait, where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh look, there's a deer. You probably can't see it. Get closer.
Oh, it's a sure death. Oh, it's a sure death. I see. Okay, haha. Funny joke. Funny joke. Love that love though. That's really that Kobo favorite toy. I'm just curious. I thought I can run over there. No, this Kobo is too dumb. Actual half brain cell Kobo. Alright, here we go, Wheatley. Oh. I'm going. Kobo too dumb.
Come on, come on! Ah! What's going on in there? Can you get out? We have to get you out of there! Try to make your way back out here! I heard gunfire! It's a bit late, but look out for gunfire. Probably going to help at this point, but no, I have to be quiet.
Wheatley, what'd I do? Anyway, I can shoot portals then? Door? Oh. So there has to be one place that I can put portal at? Found it.
You're okay! Great, come on!
Yeah.
This way, this way!
Me curious, let's listen to the AI that wants to kill me twice. I'm running.
Go.
Ow.
There's the exit! We're almost out of here! Bring in the whole place now! Hurry!
GLADoS can just do that? Holy shit, GLADoS can just do that. That is insane. Ooh, that was a cool clean getaway. Thank you. Oh my god. Nexus, oh my god, thank you. 130. I'm actually gonna. I'm tearing up. That's a lot. Thank you, Nexus. A Kobo huge appreciate.
Well done. Okay, follow me. We've still got work to do. At least she can't touch us back here.
What if I wait?
Okay. Okay, don't move.
Okay. I'm not moving.
Alright, so I've got an idea, but it is bloody dangerous. Here we go. Ah!
Oh. Uh-huh.
Oh, for God's... They told me that if I ever turned this flashlight on, I would die. They told me that about everything. I don't even know why they bothered giving me this stuff if they didn't want me to use it. It's pointless. Mad.
Wow, thanks. That's a nice flashlight.
Ooh, it's dark down here. They say that the old caretaker of this place went absolutely crazy. Chopped up his entire staff of robots. All of them robots. They say at night you can still hear the screams of their replicas. All of them functionally indistinguishable from the originals. No memory of the incident. Nobody knows what they're screaming about. Absolutely terrifying. Though obviously not paranormal in any meaningful way.
Do I jump up there?
Try to jump across.
Alright.
Let's keep moving. The factory entrance must be around here somewhere.
Do you have more you want to say? Guess not for now.
Careful, careful. Wait, careful. Let me light this jump for you.
Oh. Ow. Oh, Wheatley's nice.
Okay, this looks dangerous. I'll hold the light steady. Oh, nicely done.
Oh, nicely done. I feel so validated around Wheatley. There's more Wheatleys.
This way.
Which way? Oh, this way?
Here's an interesting story. You might like this. I almost got a job down here in manufacturing, but guess who the foreman went with? Only an exact duplicate of himself. Nepotism. Ended up giving me the worst possible job, tending to all the smelly humans.
Smelly humans?
Sorry, that's no, I wouldn't say smelly. Just tending to the humans. Sorry about that. That just slipped out. A bit insensitive. The smelly humans.
Yeah, Wheatley, well, don't repeat that. I'm not smelly. Hello, Stira. Hi, Swift. Morning, mirth, greetings, EV, and salutations, chat. Wow. Hi, hope you're doing good. Welcome.
Okay, wait, let me light this path for you. Okay, we have to split up here for a moment. Portal up to that passage, and I'll see you on the other side.
Do what again? Do one again? Oh, I don't think Wheatley has much to say around this part, which is fine.
We've got to get you out of that room. Can you reach that wall back there?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, there's another wall over here. Oh, I'll tell you, humans. Oh, love them. Just the way they look is great, and their folklore, wonderful and very colourful.
Come on, Wheatley, you don't need to force that one out. You don't like a thing, that's valid. You don't need to force to like humans just because I'm one. Right. I've been pet. Oh my god. Thanks, Wheatley.
Right. Well, I'm gonna take this rail down the back way. See you at the bomb. Good luck.
Is there gonna be something down there? Same button, right? Okay. Okay, there's gonna be something down there. Well, no, it's just a bunch of nothing. Fair enough.
Turret redemption lines active. Please do not engage with turrets heading towards redemption.
Redemption?
Turret redemption lines are not rides. Please exit the turret redemption line.
Okay. Oh, you did. God damn it. Oh, I need a loading screen for this? Oh no. We're gonna see a lot of this loading screen.
Turret redemption lines active. Please do not engage with turrets heading towards redemption.
Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, okay.
Turret redemption lines are not rides. Please exit the turret redemption line.
Yeah, this one makes more sense. I'm different. Save the turret. Save him? No? I didn't know I can save the turret. All the turrets wants to kill me though. Alright, here we go. We're saving that turret.
Lines are not rides. Please exit the turret redemption line.
We're saving the... I'm different. That one, right? That one. So I can just grab it?
I'm different.
Get mad.
Don't make lemonade.
Don't make lemonade. Oh! Oh. Wait, we need to be together. Yeah. This is the best thing ever. No, stand up. Oh, your legs are different. There, you see, you're standing there. Safe. A barbarian, hi. Save the turret? I did. And I'm so glad I did. This is a cute one. I'm different.
Prometheus was punished by the gods for giving the gift of knowledge to man. He was cast into the bowels of the earth and pecked by birds.
What the fuck? Huh? Oh,
It
John.
won't be enough.
The knowledge. Pet the turret. Pet the turret. It's too far though.
The answer is beneath us.
Oh.
Her name is Carolyn.
Who?
Thank you.
I love this turret.
Remember that. That's all I can say. Ciao.
Wait.
What's happening?
What? What? Turret speaking? I don't think the turret can go through the wall, right?
Yeah, clickety click click, right on the money.
I hate that turret.
Notes. Sorry.
Well, I cannot go with you anymore. I don't think I want to risk risk destroying you. Alright, bye bye. Be safe.
Well, I tried it.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Oh no, I'm one of the bad ones, aren't I?
Target acquired.
What?
Target acquired.
Are they trying to make turrets sentient?
Standing down. Anyone got any bullets?
Target acquired.
What?
Identify yourself or I will shoot. Can I get some bullets here? Anybody got bullets?
Didn't expect biblical verses in your turrets, huh? Yeah.
That's right. Little bullseye.
Caroline, remember that name? Okay.
Yeah, got it, didn't I? No can do.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Yeah, no worries. Sorry. Alright, check this out.
Oh.
Hey, Swanky boys, how they do?
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Is he gonna target acquired me?
Target acquired.
Oh!
Hey, Swanky boys, give me some of your bullets. Shooting blanks every time. All the time. Well, can't run them all.
Wait, no.
What did I hit?
What did I hit?
Target acquired. Target acquired. Target acquired.
Bang, 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 bang.
Template. Response. Template. Response. Template. Response. Template. Response. Template.
Can I catch one of them?
Response. Template. Response.
Oh, thank God. You saved my bacon, pal. Where we go? Is this a jailbreak?
Response.
Can't say a thing. I can't say a thing. What just happened? Better open fire.
Response.
Dang.
Template.
Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this.
Template. Response.
Yeah, I do it. Come on. Yeah, all right.
Template. Response. Template. Response. Template. Response.
Yeah, let's do this.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template. Response.
I'm gonna make you proud. Oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah, let's do this.
Template.
I love the I love the. Oh come on.
Template.
Yeah, let's do this.
Oh fuck. Oh.
Template. Response.
Not effective. Yeah, let's do this.
Template. Response.
How did I explode?
Template. Response.
I can see a thing. What happened? Better open fire. Oh, so good. Put me in the game, coach.
Template. Response.
Oh, they would just explode after a while. Well, sorry.
Yeah, all right.
Template. Response. Template. Response.
Yeah. What? Oh, this is just. Yeah, let's do this.
This is just perfect.
Response.
Yeah, they just explode. Collect some need till the game will crash. Oh, I wish I could make the game crash again. Please, to meet you.
Let's do this.
Template. Response.
I love the turrets.
Response.
Oh, come on.
Oh come on.
Template. Response.
Come on. Yeah, let's do this.
Template. Response.
I mean, I wish I could make the game crash like in Black Mesa.
Yeah, let's do this.
Template. Response.
Now in Black Mesa, I could just spam the mortar until it crash on demand. So good. That's a
Template.
defective one.
Response.
Yeah, I know. Hey, wait.
Template.
Hey.
Response.
Ah, brilliant! You made it through. Well done. Follow me. You're gonna love this.
Response. Template. Response.
Wheatley doesn't say a lot of things now, don't it?
Almost there. Ta-da! Only the turret control center. Thank you very much. See that scanner out there, right? It's deciding which turrets to keep and which to toss, and it's using that master turret there as a template. Now, if we pull out the template turret, it'll shut down the whole production line. Right, I'm gonna have to hack the door so that we can get at it. Technical, you'll need to turn around while I do this.
Again? I want to look at you do it though.
Turn around. I'll only be a second, if you wouldn't mind. Go on, just turn right the way around, so you're not looking at me.
Uh-huh. What?
Just turn around.
Hi, Roxas. Oh,
Would you turn around? Is that possible?
okay, fine.
Done. Hacked.
Done,
Okay, go on,
thanks.
just pull that turret out.
Response. Response.
Well, that should do it.
Template missing. Continuing from memory.
Oh, it hasn't done it. Right,
Oh.
let's figure out how to stop this turret line. Have you got any ideas? Any ideas? Any ideas? No? No, neither.
Me instead. Scan me, scan me.
Template. Response.
Scan alone. Standard defective turret detector.
Template. Response.
That doesn't do it. So are you going to buy the whale
So you
ticket?
still thinking, or
No.
what's happening?
I'm gonna buy the standard one. Are you going? Oh, yo. Who are you staying with?
Tell you what, here's a plan. Let's just both continue contemplating in absolute silence.
Absolute silence.
Response.
Oh, hi, Druxus.
Template.
Oh, wait! Ah, no, I got it. No, I haven't got it.
No, I haven't got it.
Template. Response.
Oh, wait, I know
I
what
just
to
had one
do.
idea, which is that I could pretend. Wait, where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, have you got an idea?
Yeah, I got an idea.
Alright, just do your idea and then come straight back.
I will.
Template.
I saved so many turrets. That's why I need. That's why I need the defective turrets.
Response.
Sorry, what's going on over there?
Yeah, alright.
Response.
Hey, friend.
Template. Response.
Uh oh.
Yeah, let's do it.
Pleased to meet you.
Response.
Don't explode on me, please.
What do you have there?
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant! That's brilliant.
New template accepted.
If we're lucky, she won't find out all her turrets are crap until it's too late. Fantastic. Okay, keep your eye on the turret line. I'm gonna go
Why?
out the door.
Response.
Okay, I'm about to start.
Wee.
It's a little bit more complicated than it looked from your side. It should take about 10 minutes. Keep one eye on the door.
Response.
Yeah, I'm a bad man. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Template. Response.
Oh no, turret.
Response.
I don't have any bullets. You gonna give me bullets? Are there bullets up there? So we're all supposed to be blind, right?
Response.
I'm fine.
Template. Response.
Really?
I can watch this all day. Oh my god.
You know when I mentioned 10 minutes? A little bit optimistic.
No, I.
I'm bad man.
Template. Response. Template. Response.
I don't understand.
Template. Response.
Where do I get my gun? So we're all supposed to be blind.
Where do I get my gun?
Response.
Where do I get my gun?
Oh my god.
Template. Response.
Never mind.
Get some eyes at some point?
Template. Response.
Why?
Template. Response.
Oh my god, every time it's so good when they get flinked
You
away.
give me bullets? Are there bullets up there?
What's happening your side? Anything?
Template. Response.
I don't understand. And then the turret's just laughing. What the fuck? I'm not the only one that's laughing.
Response.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Template.
Oh, no, I want to save the normal one. Well, as normal as it can get. We are so.
Still pretty tricky.
Alright, you're beautiful.
We are so. I cannot save the normal one. No. Aww. Oh my god, the fucking turret! Shut the fuck up, it's so good.
Yeah, I'm
I haven't forgotten about you too. Just let me watch him. Shut the fuck up.
Response.
Hello.
I'm fine.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Template. Response.
Hello.
Oh my god.
This door's actually pretty complicated.
Okay, okay.
How long's the door been open? I mean, was there any sort of announcement before it opened, like a buzzer or an alarm of some kind, or like a hacker alert? I mean, you know, fair enough. The important thing is it's open, but just mention it in the future. Cough.
We oh no. Whitley? Oh my god, I love the turret so much.
All right, now she can't use her turrets, so let's go and take care of that neurotoxin generator as well.
Okay, sounds good, sounds good. The turrets, I don't understand.
Bring your daughter to work day. That did not end well. And 40 potato batteries. Embarrassing. I mean, I realise they're children, but still, you know, low-hanging fruit and all that. Barely science, really, is it?
Huh. Electricity from a potato? Yes, wow, totally. But I feel like I would love to eat potato instead of making them generate electricity. And they're more delicious, I feel like. Versus lemon battery. Oh my god, it's rotten. It's so rotten. How long has it been here? You know, when it's rotten like this, at least like a few months, I think.
Baking soda volcano? Well, you know, at least it's not a potato battery, I'll give it that, but it's not terrifically original, is it? You know what I mean? Not exactly primary research, even within the child sciences. I'm guessing this wasn't one of the scientists' children. You know, I don't want to be snobby, but let's be honest, it's got manual labourer written all over it, hasn't it? I'm not saying they're not as good as the professionals, you know, they're just a lot dumber.
Anything is possible with science. Hey, could you shine your light over there? I cannot see a thing. Come on, Wheatley. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, shine this one. What is that? What is this? I cannot get any of these.
Look at that, it's growing right up into the ceiling. The whole place is probably overrun with potatoes at this point, isn't it? At least you won't starve, though.
Yeah, I could eat some. Oh, what is this? It's an experiment? What? Hypothesis. Oh, ew, oh god. Z to zoom? Oh, Z does nothing. I'm using mouse wheel to zoom, it works. Nice sprout. I don't know if that's nice sprout. It's a potato. That's a very scary potato. Lord. Is the potato safe to eat? More like a mutato. Mutato. The jaw emote. It's always so perfect.
I'm pretty sure we're going the right way, just to reassure you.
I always need to wait for a little bit to see if there's if Whitney has anything to say. The right way going.
Don't worry, I'm absolutely guaranteeing you 100% that it's this way. No, it's not this way. Okay, let's try this way.
Oh, I love Wheatley. It's like it's crazy because this game is not a barren land. I mean, this game is like a barren land, and then somehow with 2 characters, it's enough to make the whole game feel like I'm immersed and it's alive. You know, some games, albeit how many things there are, just feel so barren. You know, like you're alone forever. And then you have Wheatley and GLADoS, they are so alive that they made the game feel alive. It's crazy. Shows you what good writing and good voice acting can do.
This is the neurotoxin generator. Bit bigger than I expected. Not going to be able to just, push it over. Have to apply some cleverness. There's some sort of control room up at the top, so let's go and investigate.
You look broken though, Wheatley, I just realized. I fear Wheatley might die towards the end, which I'm not gonna be happy. More than 2 characters so far, can't forget the turrets. Okay, fair. There's 2 turrets.
There's our handiwork. I shouldn't laugh, really. They do feel pain, of a sort. It's all simulated, but real enough for them, I suppose.
Ooh, lasers.
I'm afraid the door's locked. Just checked it. No way to hack it as far as I can tell. Mechanism must... Oh, now look at that. That's a big laser.
Oh, yeah.
Probably best to ignore it, though. Just leave it be. We don't know where those panels it's cutting are going. Could be somewhere important. What are you doing? We don't know what that button... Oh, the door's open. Well done. Let's see what's going on. Good news. I can use this equipment to shut down the neurotoxin system. It is, however, password protected. Alarm bells. No, don't worry, alright? Not a problem for me. You may as well have a little rest, actually, while I work on it. Okay.
Where did Wheatley go?
Part of any hack is the figuring out how to start phase. That's always tricky. But let the games begin. Alright, what have we got? A computer. Not a surprise, to be expected, to be honest. Check that off the list. Computer identified. Tick.
Tick.
There is a box part here. Probably got some electronics in there. And a monitor. Yes, that will be important, I imagine. I'll keep my eye on that. In case something useful comes up. Important words like password identified or something like that. And there's a flat bit. Not sure what that is, but noted. Anyone says to me, is there a flat bit? Yes, there it is. Spinning thing, not sure. The floor, what's the floor doing? What's the floor up to? Do you know what? It's holding everything up. Holding everything up. The floor is important, holding everything up.
Yeah.
Pens, might need those. Don't see any though, so... If we start making a list of things that aren't here, we could be here all night. Pens, for instance. So let's stick with things we can see, not stuff that isn't here. Alright. Preparing to interface with the neurotoxin central control circuit. Begin. Hello, Gov. Neurotoxin Inspector. Need to shut this place down for a moment. Here's my credentials. Shut yourself down. I am totally legit from the Board of International Neurotoxin Observers from the United Arab Emirates. Hello. Nothing. I tell you, he's good, this one. He is good. I'm going to need to break out the expert level hacking maneuvers now. Alright, you asked for it, mate. Cool! Cool! Look at that over there. Oh, what's that over there? Lovely bird. Lovely. Have a look at that. Gorgeous plumage. Majestic. Look over there. Won't be here long. That lovely bird like that will be off. Once in a lifetime opportunity, this, to see a lovely bird with lovely plumage. Be a shame to miss it, wouldn't it? Just for the old neurotoxin. Neurotoxin will still be here tomorrow, whereas that bird is going to be gone any minute. It's already got one talon off the branch, going to be gone. Oh, it's fluttering its wings. I'll tell you what, mate. I'll come in there for a minute and cover you so that you can have a look at this lovely bird. All right, so I'll come in. I'll deal with all the neurotoxin stuff, and then you come out here and look at this because it is lovely. It is lovely. You want to get out here fast. Seriously, because all of this, my pleasure sounds are going to frighten it away any second. So, it's not working now, is it?
The birds are not gonna always work. Wheatley. Man, that's so fucking good. Oh, the I'm different turret. Right. So there's 3 different turrets. Multiplayer. How many nights have they recorded? That many? That is a lot. That is a fuck ton, honestly. It's so good. Okay, so I assume I need to do this, huh? Lasers. Right, what do I do with lasers? Oh, is this not a glass? In case of implosion, look directly and Huh? Really?
Do you smell neurotoxin? Hold on, the neurotoxin levels are going down. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Hold on, something's wrong. Neurotoxin levels up to 50%. No, it's down. Sorry, my mistake. I meant to say it's down 50%. Good news. Carry on.
Yeah. I'm doing it. Oh, this is so clever though.
That did it. Neurotoxin at 0%. Yes. Hold on.
Wheatley?
Neurotoxin pressure has reached dangerously unlethal levels.
Unlethal levels.
The tube's broken. We can ride it straight to her. I can't. Hold on. Come on. Come on. We have to go.
I'm trying.
Get in. Hurry. Get in.
Get in where? Okay. My god, that... Well, that was weirdly stressful. I don't even know how to get in. Hi, Wheatley.
This should take us right to her. I can't believe I'm finally doing this. Woo! I knew this would be fun. They told me it wasn't fun at all. Well, they said it's not fun at all. And I believed them. I don't know, I was a fool to myself. Oh, and I'm loving this. Whale of a time.
A whale of a time.
This place is huge. And we're only seeing the top layer. It goes down for miles. All sealed off years ago, of course. We should be getting close. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on her face. No neurotoxin, no turrets. She'll never know what hit her.
I think she'll know what hit her.
Hold on, because I might not have thought this next part completely.
Oh.
Well, I'm going the wrong way.
Wheatley?
Get to her. I'll find you.
God damn it, Wheatley, you couldn't just do that. Oh. Fine. Alright, I'm here now. I think GLADoS is gonna know. How could GLADoS not know what's going on inside her facility? You know? And she has to know. That was cool. Can't believe I never did that before. Where do I go? Oh no. Huh? Not here? Shiny lights? Oh, that one? Why? Oh, that's hard to see.
I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that. In fact, I devised a much more elaborate trap further ahead for when you got through this easy one. If I'd known you let yourself get captured this easily, I would have just dangled a turkey leg on a rope from the ceiling. Well, it was nice catching up. Let's get to business. I hope you brought something stronger than a portal gun this time.
Hi.
Otherwise, I'm afraid you're about to become the immediate past president of the Being Alive Club. Seriously, though. Goodbye.
It's my big chance. This is trouble. Ah, not again. Here comes that. Locked and loaded. Oh, this ain't.
Oh, you were busy back there.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose we could just sit in this room and glare at each other until somebody drops dead. But I have a better idea. It's your old friend, deadly neurotoxin. If I were you, I'd take a deep breath and hold it.
Hello.
Hey.
I hate you so much.
Warning.
Hey.
Central core is 80% corrupt.
That's funny. I don't feel corrupt. In fact, I feel pretty good.
Alternate core detected.
Oh, that's me they're talking about.
To initiate a core transfer, please deposit substitute core in receptacle.
Core transfer. Oh, you are kidding me.
I've got an idea. Do what it says. Plug me in.
Do not plug that little idiot into my mainframe.
No,
Are you
you should
sure?
plug that little idiot into the mainframe.
Don't you dare plug him in.
Plug me in. Plug me in.
Don't do it.
Don't listen to her. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Oh, we're so close. Plug me in.
Don't plug him in.
I want to be plugged in, please.
Don't plug him in.
Come on, stop mucking around. Plug me in.
Don't do it.
Oh, what can we do with me then? I know. Plug me into the port, please.
Don't plug him in.
Guess I can only do it. Are
Oh,
you
that
sure?
port looks comfy. Why don't you put me on it, please?
Don't do it.
Okay, fine.
Substitute core accepted. Substitute core. Are you ready to start the procedure?
Yes.
Corrupted core. Are you ready to start the procedure?
No.
Oh, yes, she is.
No, 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 no.
Stalemate detected. Transfer procedure cannot continue.
Yes.
Pull me out. Pull me
Unless a
out.
stalemate associate is present to press
I'm
the
pulling, I'm
stalemate
pulling.
resolution button.
Pull me out. Leave me in. Leave me in.
Oh.
Don't press it.
Don't do it.
Yes, do it.
Don't press that not so fast. Think about this. You need to be a trained stalemate associate to press that button. You're unqualified.
Okay, don't listen to her, all right? It is true that you don't have the qualifications, but you've got something far more important than that. A finger, all right, with which to press
A
that button
finger.
so that she won't kill us.
Impersonating a stalemate associate. I just added that to the list. It's a list I made of all the things you've done. Well, it's a list that I am making. because you're still doing things right now, even though I'm telling you to stop. Stop, by the way.
Stop, by the way.
That's probably correct, but where it's incorrect is that while I've been stalling you, we just pressed the button. Use the moment of confusion I've just created to press the button.
Oh.
Let me just do this. Have I told you the qualities I love most in you? In order, number one, resolving things. Love the way you resolve things, particularly disputes. And number one, also type, button pushing. Two things I love about you, button pushing and the ability to resolve things. Chiefly disputes.
Oh.
First thing I thought about you when I saw you, I thought, now, there's a lady who could resolve any button-based disputes if they should arise. A diamond in the rough, if you will, a bloody natural, a born dispute resolution advisor in need of a button. Sorry to interject again, but if you do not push the button, the deadly neurotoxin emitters will come back online, at which point she will most likely fill you to brimming with neurotoxin. I'm not trying to rush you, just throwing that out there for leisurely digestion in your own time.
I think it's fine, right?
Here's a good idea. You should definitely press that button.
Alright, I'm pressing it.
Stalemate resolved. Please return to the core transfer bay.
Wait, what if this hurts? What if this really hurts? Ah, I didn't think of that.
Oh, it will. Believe me, it will.
Are you just saying that, or is it really gonna hurt? You're just saying that, aren't you? You're just no, you're not. It is gonna hurt, isn't it? Exactly how painful are we? Ah!
Oh god.
Stop me. No. Stop. No. 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 No.
Oh my. What the fuck?
Wow! Check me out, partner. We did it. I'm in control of the whole facility now. Whoa!
Sweet mother, what
Would you look at this? Not too bad, eh? Giant robot, massive. It's not just me, right? I am bloody massive, aren't I?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, the escape lift. I'll call it now. There we go. Lift called. Look how small you are down there. I can barely see you. Very tiny and insignificant. Wait, I've just thought of something. How am I going to get in? You know, being bloody massive and everything. Wait,
Is this
I know.
GLADoS?
You get into the lift, okay? Then I'll eject myself out of my new body into the lift just as you pass by me. Brilliant. It's perfect, except for all the glass hitting us when I smash through the lift. That's a bit of a problem. Also, once I eject myself out of the core, the lift might stop. Then we'd be trapped in a lift full of broken glass, suspended 50 feet off the ground. You know what? Just get in the lift and we'll iron out the details as we go.
Hey, that doesn't sound like a good plan though.
Go on, get in.
I guess.
Get in the lift.
Okay. That auto tune though?
The escape
Haunting.
lift just there, come on.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I knew it was going to be cool to be in charge of everything, but wow, this is cool. And check this out, I'm a bloody genius now.
Estás usando este software de traducción de forma incorrecta. Por favor, consulte el manual.
I don't even know what I just said, but I can find out. Oh, sorry, no, the lift, yes, sorry, I keep forgetting. This body's amazing, seriously. I can't get over how small you are, but I'm huge.
Oh no.
Actually,
Oh
do we have
no.
to leave right now?
Had a feeling.
Do you have any idea how good this feels? I did this. Tiny little Wheatley did this.
Oh.
Didn't do anything. She did all the work.
Oh, GLADoS.
Oh, really? That's what the two of you think, is it? Well, maybe it's time I did something then.
What are you doing?
No. No. No.
And don't think I'm not onto you too, lady. You know what you are? Selfish. I've done nothing but sacrifice to get us here. And what have you sacrificed? Nothing. Zero. All you've done is boss me around. Well, now who's the boss? Who's the boss? It's me.
Oh man.
Ah! See that? That is a potato battery. It's a toy for children. And now she lives in it. Sorry, what?
The engineers tried everything to make me
intelligence dampening sphere on me. It clung to my brain like a tumor, generating an endless stream of terrible ideas.
No, not listening, not listening.
It was your voice.
No, no, you're lying,
Yes,
you're lying.
You're the tumor.
Oh.
You're not just a regular moron. You were designed to be a moron.
I am not a moron!
Yes, you are. You're a moron they built to make me an idiot.
Well, how about
Make me an
now?
idiot.
Now who's a moron? Could a moron punch you into this pit? Ah! Could a moron do that? No.
I guess we're with GLADoS now. Plot twist. I actually did not expect that. But it's like the moment when I need to put Wheatley into...
Oh, hi.
Oh,
So, how are you holding up?
good?
Because I'm a potato.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, good. My slow clap processor made it into this thing. So we have that.
Nice.
Since it doesn't look like we're going anywhere, well, we are going somewhere, alarmingly fast, actually. But since we're not busy other than that, here's a couple of facts. He's not just a regular moron. He's the product of the greatest minds of a generation, working together with the express purpose of building the dumbest moron who ever lived. And you just put him in charge of the entire facility. Good, that's still working.
Fuck.
Hey, just in case this pit isn't actually bottomless, do you think maybe you could unstrap one of those long fall boots of yours and shove me into it?
Sure.
Just remember to land on one foot.
Alright, let me grab you real quick. Huh? Good thing to... Ow! I do love his monologue though. It's actually pretty good. Like the plot twist is not too obvious. It's not... I think to me personally it's not very cliche. I think, right? The good person becomes the bad person, that kind of feel. No. Wait, there's actually a bird now. No, GLADoS. GLADoS, do you need a slow clap? Good things to still working. Not this fucking slow clap. God damn it. Yeah, time to ask GLADoS for help, I guess. I think the writing is pretty good. But it is like the moment where I need to like change Wheatley. Like I need to put in the substitute core, that part. I start to feel a little uneasy from that point. Because everything starts to like make me think like what if Wheatley changed to become like this? And then another thought of mine is like, what if it's not GLADoS but it's the power that they feel that will change someone, even robots, you know? So apparently both of them is kind of true, you know? Both of them is kind of true. Wheatley, because of power, becomes mad. Becomes power hungry or something like that, I don't know. But partly because Wheatley has been in the bad for so long, and then at one in like a total 180, Wheatley suddenly feels extreme power, so I guess that could change. They could really change someone. I like that part. But oh yeah, also one more thing is that after Wheatley like punch us down the elevator, and then Wheatley also do a little uh-oh, so he's not completely lost, I guess. Now we just need to find GLADoS. But that GLADoS scream though is is truly something else. GLADoS was made to be power hungry from the start. Wheatley, on the other hand, he went cray-cray. Wheatley went cray-cray. Because for someone who never felt power before, suddenly felt this kind of power, it's gonna change someone. Like I would make an example, but I don't know how insensitive that is. Like I'm broke now. Well, not broke, but broke. But also, if you give me like suddenly 10 billion money, I'll change. You know, with the amount of money, I'll change too. Like it's the. I think it's just normal reaction when you're given power like this in like a snap of a finger, in a very short time. But when things is not earned, and then you suddenly got it, it's kind of a bad influence with that, because you didn't earn it. You don't know the hardships that you went through. So because of that little instance, let's say I got 1 billion, and then that's gonna change me because my core value is like, oh, I deserve this, you know. So because of this I deserve this mindset, so in the future anything I do would be like, I deserve this, I'm not gonna do anything, I deserve everything. That kind of mindset will grow. So it's also pretty bad, yeah. But then again, these are all from my own speculation. Oh! I love how it says keep out, do not enter everywhere, but I'm just entering anyway. What's with all the keep out? There's no way that I could find GLADoS. She just got kidnapped by a bird. Save. Save. Shiny. This is why people put the shiny. But then oh, oh, I need to press 2 within. Okay. That do it, right? Oh, that's scary. Man, I hate these sounds. So scary. Oh, okay. So scary. Just, huh? The vault, it got shiny. I need the shiny. But then, just ask you, Jay, where did GLADoS go? Where did you take GLADoS? Or where did you tell your subordinates to take GLADoS? Behind you was a perfectly fine wall. Is there? Oh, you're right. Cool. New loading screen? Cool. I hated her. Cannot believe it. Don't eat GLADoS. I want to talk to GLADoS. Danger? Caution? Danger or caution? I mean... What's danger and caution? I couldn't read. You're kind of overcomplicated that one again. It's alright, as long as it works. I couldn't read, but water bad. Holy shit, what is this place? Contamination area. An underground train to test shafts 1 to 8. Can I get in? I like trains. High voltage. The first thing what I would do is to touch it. I mean, the volt is kind of shiny, right? They are like yellow shiny. I think I like that. Is it not that one? What do I even do? Is it really not that one? Puzzles become a lot more complicated with non-flat walls. I think that. I mean, is it complicated or do I just have to find? Do I just have to find that one tiniest spot that I can put walls on, and that I can put portals on? Because if my goal is to find like one tiny spot that I can put in portals, I would not consider that as puzzle. Also, playing this game, I realize what I hate. Like, why sometimes I get mad is because of the feeling of being lost. Lost as in don't know what to do, don't see any path forward. That makes me so upset. It's crazy. I just realized too after playing this game. When I'm lost, I feel this weird sensation of what am I still here? What am I doing with my life? That kind of situation. So maybe my brain just being a little bit harsh on myself, which is definitely gonna be very bad. Definitely gonna change that. Maybe I don't need to go there. Maybe this is the path forward?
Hello and welcome.
I mean, this is the place I can go. Trying to fit inside me? I'm a Kobo. I don't think you can fit inside me. But hi. Whatever. But that is so not obvious though.
Welcome, gentlemen, to Amateur Science. Astronauts, war heroes, Olympians, you're here because we want the best. And you are it. So, who is ready to make some science?
I am.
Oh.
Now, you already met one another on the limo ride over, so let me introduce myself. I'm Cave Johnson. I own the place. That eager voice you heard is the lovely Carolyn, my assistant.
Carolyn?
Sure, she has transferred your honorarium to the charitable organization of your choice. Isn't that right, Carolyn?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johnson.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. Sorry, fellas. She's married to science.
Married to science? That's... I mean, if you're passionate about what you do, I guess that's good, but to me it just sounds depressing. Married to science. But yeah, I've seen the name Carolyn. What does it have to do with the turret? I could probably fly. What's the angle? Where am I trying to go in this place? Here? I'm falling asleep. Oh no. I guess I'm supposed to go there. Why go up there? Wait, give me a second. I'm having a terrible headache. Let me eat this real quick. Well, I've done this trick plenty of times now. Why that one and not that one? I don't like this. Like, that one dissuaded me from thinking that I'm gonna fly. Oh, that's sad.
There's 1,000 tests performed every day here in our enrichment spheres. I can't personally oversee every one of them, so these pre-recorded messages will cover any questions you might have and respond to any incidents that may occur in the course of your science adventure. Your test assignment will vary depending on the manner in which you have bent the world to your will. Those of you helping us test the repulsion gel today, just follow the blue line on the floor. Those of you who volunteered to be injected with praying mantis DNA, I've got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is we're postponing those tests indefinitely. Good news is we've got a much better test for you. Fighting an army of mantis men. Pick up a rifle and follow the yellow line. You'll know when the test starts.
Why? Is that infinite pet? Oh my god. Wait for attendant to begin lift? What if I'm my own attendant? Do not fall down elevator shaft. Oops, sorry. Didn't mean to burp like that.
If you need to go to the bathroom, just a heads up, we're going to have a superconductor turned up full blast and pointed at you for the duration of this next test. I'll be honest, we're throwing science at the wall here to see what sticks. No idea what it'll do. Probably nothing. Best case scenario, you might get some superpowers. Worst case, some tumors, which we'll cut out. If you need to go to the bathroom after this next series of tests, please let a test associate know, because in all likelihood, whatever comes out of you is going to be coal. Only temporary, so do not worry. If it persists for a week, though, start worrying and come see us, because that's not supposed to happen. If you've cut yourself at all in the course of these tests, you might have noticed that your blood is pure gasoline. That's normal. We've been shooting you with an invisible laser that's supposed to turn blood into gasoline, so all that means is it's working.
But if you turn blood into gasoline, they're gonna die. No? Oh god, I think I fell half asleep there. Whew. I guess focusing constantly is not a good idea. I mean, I don't know where to go though. Get some rest, go EP, but man, it's only fun. Oh, get that thigh? Okay. I should probably get that thigh. It's good. Oh man, it's the first time me playing a game that suddenly fall asleep. I guess using too much brain power. It's not bad. Trust me, it's not. Just too much brain power makes me feel tired. But let me see what am I supposed to do here? I mean, there's that, so I'm probably gonna fly. Oh. That's too far, I cannot jump over there. Another trick you've done plenty of times. Okay, so flying is the way to go. It's definitely this part. Just... let me try something. I can shoot there? And then down here so I can fly? This one? Oh god. My god. Oh, that works, I guess. Oh. Man, this game is a lot more. I need to use a lot more brain power than I thought. But then again, it's a puzzle game, so I honestly shouldn't be surprised. Fuck. I shouldn't be surprised. Anti-mana is the allergens. Okay, let me get the thigh real quick. I do need to give me a second. This one. I'm just gonna put it here. I'm sure that's how it's spelled. In the meantime, you guys can learn about allergens. Allergens. Alright, I'll still be here still. English, they're tough sometimes. Okay, doing it.
Yep, yep. Kobo, Kobo, fuck yeah.
Oh, now I'm staring at your soul. And get stared at. I've been hired to stare at you.
Not.
Or not. Hey. I guess it's a good little thing that I do. At least I feel more awake now. Okay. I'm sure you learn about... I catch my breath. Learn more about allergens. Do not inhale fumes no matter how good they smell. This reminds me of... What do you guys think of the smell of petroleum? You know, when you go... when you go to a petrol station and then you're refueling your car and then you smell that smell. Not like direct smell, but you smell it from far away. You smell the petroleum smell. I love that smell. For whatever reason, that smells good. Don't touch anything unfamiliar. Now I'm touching everything unfamiliar. Or not. Kobo, that ain't a good thing. I'm sure it's not. Because, you know, it's still, it's petroleum. I'm sure it's not good. In fact, it's pretty bad. But I just love the smell though. I live across the road from a petrol station. You hate that smell? That's terrible. Together we can make 1956 the lowest unexpected casualty annum ever. That's a lot of casualties though. Guess I'm supposed to go down here.
They say great science is built on the shoulders of giants. Not here. At Aperture, we do all our science from scratch. No hand-holding.
Oh. This was built in 1956? Oh, is it? That also was placed 1956 more so?
Alright, let's get started. This first test involves something the lab boys call repulsion gel. You're not part of the control group, by the way. You get the gel. Last poor son of a gun got blue paint. All joking aside, that did happen. Broke every bone in his legs. Tragic, but informative. Or so I'm told.
OMG, I finally got the Shark Lady in ZZZ. Hey! I mean, it's not my thing, but happy for you. Repulsion gel. First attempt to create a dietetic pudding substitute? It's true, the gel is a sweeter, slightly less non-toxic form of fiberglass insulation that causes subsequently ingested food items to bounce off the lining of a dieter's distended stomach and out his or her mouth. For various reasons, this product was pulled from shelves. Well, yeah, that's hazardous. So I can bounce with this thing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. And the music too. So good. Ooh. Is it momentum based? I mean, I'm sure it is, right? It's Portal. Yeah. Love that.
The lab boys just informed me that I should not have mentioned the control group. They're telling me I ought to stop making these pre-recorded messages. That gave me an idea. Make more pre-recorded messages. I pay the bills here, I can talk about the control group all damn day.
Okay. Baramoki. Whoa, that's a that's a big rave. Hi. Wolfen 2 and Baramoke, hi. Good evening, while we are playing. Long time no see, Nexus. Is there a dragon? Oh my god, I see a dragon. Well, I know what to do. How was Cave Story? What's Cave Story? Done. New dragon found. Also, hi. Hopefully, Cave Story was fun. And also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I love fighting games. I play a bunch of games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art every Monday. Got very close to the end of Cave Story, but I had why? Oh, that's my shoulder. But I had to quit because I'm exhausted. It was, I died a lot. Sounds like a difficult game, but at least it was fun. Also, I'm playing Portal 2, and I think my brain is not working at the moment. I think I used too much brain power, and now I'm just I'm trying my best to not break. Maybe I'll play for just a little bit more. Yeah, just a little bit more. 402 is too smart for me. It is too smart for me, as well. There were so many times I'm so close to just like, nah, I'm done. So many times. It's too hard for me, but I'm still trying. Honestly, the character Wheatley and GLADoS just pulls me back every time. Gonna go doing all stream, good luck. Okay, have fun streaming, merp. I really cannot talk. I am so sorry. But of course, if you need to do any post-stream care, you know, take care of yourself, drink some water, get some rest, get some snacks and stuff. Very important. Yeah, be sure to take care of yourself. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. Big appreciate. What? What? Oh, there's a field.
For this next test, we put nanoparticles in the gel. In layman's terms, that's a billion little gizmos that are going to travel into your bloodstream and pump experimental genes and RNA molecules and so forth into your tumors. Now, maybe you don't have any tumors. Well, don't worry. If you sat on a folding chair in the lobby and weren't wearing lead underpants, we took care of that too.
Love the music. Yes, I'll lurk for a bit and then go to bed. Sounds good. Thanks for the lurk always. And when you do go to sleep, I hope you have a heckin' nice sleep. Oh, it's just gone. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, higher momentum. So oh, I didn't think this is gonna happen though. I thought it was just gonna bounce me straight down. Well, that was nice. Oh. Nice.
Oh, in case you got covered in that repulsion gel, here's some advice the lab boys gave me. do not get covered in the repulsion gel. We
That
haven't
doesn't help.
entirely nailed down what element it is yet, but I'll tell you this, it's a lively one, and it does not like the human skeleton.
So is it gonna melt the skeleton? That's crazy. Oh, but I never said this, but thank you for the 15 gems for Wolfen. Sorry, my brain is really not working now. So I bear with this dumb kobold for a bit. No, I had one brain cell, and now I only have like 0.5? Half a brain cell. Ah.
All these science spheres are made of asbestos, by the way. Keeps out the rats. Let us know if you feel a shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, or your heart stopping, because that's not part of the test. That's asbestos. Good news is the lab boys say the symptoms of asbestos poisoning show a median latency of 44.6 years. So if you're 30 or older, you're laughing. Worst case scenario, you miss out on a few rounds of canasta. Plus, you forwarded the cause of science by 3 centuries. I punch those numbers into my calculator, it makes a happy face.
Man, Cave Johnson is kind of scary. Is water still bad? Yeah, it is. Water is still bad. Got it. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know how to swim. I would just drown. Do not lean on the railing. Okay. Wait, why does walking on railing makes me much faster? Look at that. I walk way faster. Huh? On the railing only? That's weird.
Your style. You make up your own rules, just like me.
Are you serious?
Bean Counter said I couldn't fire a man just for being in a wheelchair. Did it anyway. Ramps are expensive.
Am I being supervised by Cave Johnson? I thought those were just pre-recorded messages. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I can make this place all blue liquid. What? Can I be filled with blue liquid? Is it gonna kill me? Ah. I mean, it does nothing. As long as I don't ingest it, right? Open wide. I mean, to be fair, that looks very delicious though. Oh, I cannot contain myself anymore. What is that? Hey, yo. Can I really fly that far? Oh. I don't think that's enough speed. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what to do. Okay, okay. I think? Yeah, and then that should be it.
Just a heads up,
Ooh.
that coffee we gave you earlier had fluorescent calcium in it so we can track the neuronal activity in your brain. There's a slight chance the calcium could harden and vitrify your frontal lobe. Anyway, don't stress yourself thinking about it. I'm serious. Visualizing the scenario while under stress actually triggers the reaction.
That doesn't help. You shouldn't tell people about that then. If the only trigger is because they thought about it and because they thought about it, stressed because of it, don't tell people about it. I don't know how much more is there for this one. I'm hungry, I might need to eat non-Kobo tail. No, I don't want my tail to be numbed.
Now, if you're part of control group Kepler-7, we implanted a tiny microchip about the size of a postcard into your skull. Most likely you've forgotten it's even there. But if it starts vibrating and beeping during this next test, let us know. Because that means it's about to hit 500 degrees, so we're going to need to go ahead and get that out of you pretty fast.
Oh. Heaps? Heaps? Holy shit. What the? What the? What the? What the? Do I have to stop the water somehow? Oh, right, of course. Oh, I think. Wait, I cannot fly like that though. But I think I can just do this.
I'm telling them, keep your pants on. All right, this next test may involve trace amounts of time travel. So, word of advice, if you meet yourself on the testing track, don't make eye contact. Lab boys tell me that'll wipe out time. Entirely. Forward and backward. So, do both of yourselves a favor and just let that handsome devil go about his business.
Meet yourself in a testing
Hello.
track?
And welcome.
Miska. Miska. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Also hope you're doing good. If a future you tries to warn you about this test, don't listen. I mean, I would listen. Because that is very concerning. So somehow I need to bounce out. Oh, And I'll jump down there. Wait. Yeah, that works. Accidents hurt. You will be hurt. Co-workers don't endanger others. The company replacements are costly. Science investigations impede progress. Man, I mean, they're not wrong. Where am I trying to go? What now? That's not gonna help. Where am I trying to go? I mean, I would assume that this one indicates that I need to go there, but how? This one is way below. I cannot fly out like that. Weird. High enough, and it's not far enough. Well, consider me defeated today. I don't think I can use any more of my brain power before I'm just gonna break if I keep using it more. Let's stop here for today. I mean, I feel like at first the game is like okay-ish. You know, the puzzles is not too difficult, and then after a while, the puzzle is getting more and more difficult. I don't like when it gets too much. Food cram? Food cram. I already miss me. What? But you were here. Wait, but I'm here, huh? Thanks for the pet. Oh man, I think it's getting a little bit too much. just a little bit too much. So I'm gonna take this one slow, I guess. Like I love looking at Wheatley and GLADoS, but when the two characters is not here, it makes me feel bored because solving puzzles is not why I play this game. to look at Wheatley and GLADoS is why I play this game. And I want to know the conclusion of the game. So, well, not only the conclusion, but the journey of the game, the story. So that's why I play this game. Part of me is like, that's why I play this game. I don't really enjoy puzzles as much, to be honest. Let's watch a few food crimes. Why not? Food crime. And then change this one. Okay, I think I did it. Okay, let me find my food crime playlist. This one. Look at that. It's all the playlist. We're gonna watch more food crime. There are some that I'm not watching. Like this one. Wait, I watched this one. What am I doing? Tokyo Disneyland food. Wait, which one? I think I watched until Rimba Jaya or something. Yeah, like this one. How puffed rice candy is made. It's just one thing, and I don't wanna. Freshly made mochi. Giant handmade pizza. Egg fried rice dishes. Yeah, we watched this one. And then Malacca one. Oh, we watched all of these. Street food. Hey, fried rice. So this one is also just one. Isn't this two the same? Oh, there it is. we found it. Oh god. What am I looking at? A boba pancake stack? Time to find a new food crime person? Yesterday that Malaysia Malacca one was depressing. We'll see the Singapore one. This is Singapore street food. Oh, Ramadan night 2019. Wow. Tea infused pancake stacked with cream and boba topping. What? A clean plate? On street food? And someone who's very chill? Dang, this is a totally different street food style. Look at that, they're pretty chill. They are not like trying to speedrun everything. So tea infused pancake with boba topping. You know that this reminds me of a tragedy that is called boba tea instant noodle. I ate that once, and I haven't ate anything that tastes worse than boba instant ramen. Boba tea instant ramen. You heard me right. Boba tea instant ramen. I ate that once and never again. Never again. It looks alright. I really hope I misheard you. Too late. But alas. Whoa is chat. Now they heard of these things. Abang Hensem Burger? Damn, what is this? LGBTQ plus representation burger? With rainbows and stuff? Man, it's so rare to see people that is not like trying to speedrun everything. Such a different feeling. I'm actually super fucking hungry. I think at most I can watch like 1 or 2. And look at that bun though. The bun looks tough as fuck. What is this? I'm a little bit concerned. Why is that bun so tough? I mean, it's rainbow, but still. Bagel? Bagel? Oh, they're using bagel to make burger? 1 bacon. Is that cheese or is that egg? Oh god. Oh, I don't like. I'm not listening to that. The scratching noise hurts my soul. I cannot. I mean, it's a rainbow burger, I guess. I'm still afraid of that bun. Why is it so tough? Did you see how much force he used to cut the bun? I think that's concerning. Strong bun. Strong bun. Oh, it comes with a set? I thought it's just a burger. Anything looks good now. Handsome burger. Angus beef turkey, bacon, egg, cheese with fries. Anything looks good now because I'm so hungry. Oh no. Angus beef? What is that? Good stuff? Good stuff? Oh shit. This could be the food yay then. Just the bun is a little bit concerning, but other than that, everything looks pretty good. I didn't know Singaporeans speak. I mean, in public space speaks Malay. Gonna need Narex to like correct me on that one. I don't live in Singapore, I don't know. I thought there's like not a lot of. I mean, sure, there's not a lot of Malaysians there, but people who speak Malay, let alone a public speaking Malay. Huh. Sauce. That sauce looks good. I want that sauce. Why don't you just dip it in and then just put it out? You know what I mean? Because you dip it, you don't need to use so much scoop. You can just like dip and then done. Ayam petik. That doesn't look too bad. Aburi scallops. Oh, you know what? I think because this is Ramadan night, and because it's Ramadan night, yeah, the public speaker is like Malay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Blowtorch? Yeah, I think everything looks good to me now. Just because I'm so hungry. Everything looks good. That's so slow though. You know the difference between Singapore and the other street food that we've watched? Thailand, Taiwan, Malaysia? Singaporean are so slow. Which is surprising because I thought Singapore is like, ooh, what is that? More faster? Than any of those countries that I just mentioned. The cheese, that doesn't look too bad. Hungry Ko should get food. I should. After this video, I guess I'm gonna go get food real quick. Is that all syrup?
Dijamin halal ya, takoyaki, Japanese pizza, dan shark fin soup. Dijamin halal, di Chuchu, 100% Muslim owned, authentic, exotic delicacies.
Are we... Wait. Drinking from a bucket? That's my dream. Kobo wants that. Yo, drinking from a bucket! I want it. I want to drink from a bucket, come on. That looks good. Like, if I just get a random bucket and make water in it, I'll get shouted at. It's like, apa kamu buat ni? So jijik lah, you put thing in the bucket and drink one man, walao eh. You know, it's just like bad. Lobster? Also, if you guys ever notice, they like blowtorch so much. Sorry, if you guys ever notice, right? When I do food crime videos like this, you will hear most of the time, well, not most of the time, but you will hear me speak local English a lot more. You will hear a lot more walao or something like that, you know. You'll hear something that's foreign a lot more often. And why the blowtorch though? Don't you have a grill? I guess grill is too slow. Ooh. And the juice. That's the claw cracker? They were really shouting. Malay fragrant rice lobster? Why is that rice green? You're not supposed to make the rice green, you're supposed to add... Oh no, that's cursed. Oh, that's so cursed. Why did you do to the rice? Or what did the rice do to you? Nasi lemak is not supposed to be green. Oh my god. I mean, you use coconut milk and then you cook the rice with ginger and then add some fragrance. I don't remember what it is. I mean, I don't cook, but it's not supposed to be green. Apam balik, hey! Apam balik is the best thing ever. Alright, don't mess this up because it's hard to do. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. You better don't mess this up. I'll cry because it's abambalik. Generous amount of sugar. Yeah, yeah. Cheese? I mean, I guess. But abambalik, I mean, the abambalik basic one would be a crunch peanut with sugar. And it's just like, yeah, that's a... I mean, sure, that's a generous amount of cheese, but I never heard of abambalik with cheese. I would try it. Is that Oreo crumbs? What is this combination? I want to try it. Looks toxic but tasty. Oh, the pastry is green because it's pandan. The pandan is green. Looks crunchy, no? But the combination is so cursed. I want to try it. Cheese with Oreo crumbs. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. The crunch. More cheese. I mean, I guess, but too much? I think there's never too much cheese though. And glitter, what? I don't cheese Oreo abambalik. Wait, how much does that cost again? Sorry. 8 Sing dollar. I mean, for that amount of cheese, I guess. Kobo wants to try food that Kobo thinks is cursed. Should we be worried? Oh, don't worry. I do a lot of dumb stuff. One very prominent. No, I'm not gonna speak words. One very stupid fucking dumb stuff that I did that I thought was pretty cool is I love coffee. And I love blackcurrant syrup as well. You know, I love the taste of blackcurrant. The blackcurrant beverage, really good. So you have this blackcurrant syrup that I have, and then I have instant coffee. I mix them together, and then I drink it. I immediately want to vomit because it's so weird. I thought it's good because when one good thing plus one good thing supposed to be good, right? When you mix them together, but no, it becomes shit. I cannot drink that. I didn't see what they're doing. Mashed patata? With fries? The end? What is that? What are you adding? Oh god, is that meatball? Meatball, okay, it's meatball. Sauce? Meatball? Meatball? Is that cheese sauce? Hey, I mean, meatball in a bucket. What's with them with bucket? We have drinks in bucket. And then we have meatball in a bucket, no? I want it. That's not a bucket, that's a bowl. Is that a ball? That's a bucket, no. Wait, you're telling me ball looks like that? That's a huge portion though, if that's a ball. Honestly, I would try it. It looks good. Anything looks good to me because I'm so hungry. Mashed potato. American portions moment. Satay. I mean, yeah, that's a bucket, but that's also a bucket, isn't it? That's a plastic bucket. Yeah. I know. I mean, look at this. It's similar to what they had. Buckets. Right? I mean, bucket? Bucket? Yeah, bucket. Meatballs and fries are fine with me, but I'm not much of a cheese fan. That's fair, that's fair. I'm a big cheese fan, but they're so fucking expensive here. Like each packet of 550 ml of shredded mozzarella costs like 22 something. It's like, good gods. That is insane. Chicken? Yeah, see, Singaporean is so slow. I'm surprised because I've seen like we've watched Taiwanese and Malaysian, home country by the way. Like they all do stuff really fast, and then you have Singaporeans like everything is so chill. Floof the Floofy, hi, welcome. Just a harmless meme vid. I guess I can watch it afterwards. Yeah, you see, they're so chill. We can watch one more later, and then I can show you the difference. The difference of why are they trying to speed run and why is this so slow? They're so chill. They're so chill. I'm so not used to this in my street food videos. What is that? Is that a whole ass onion? Satay chicken. Wait, you're telling me you're cooking satay like this? Not on a stick. You're not serving satay on a stick. Fucking crime. This one is a crime. And no peanut sauce? For a satay? Walao eh, chao ah, 真的是毒辣我意思. Oh, there it is, the peanut sauce. So it is satay. I guess? No, that's a crime. One only. Oh my god, is that hot dog? Is that sausage? Nacho crunch youtiao. Oh, it's a youtiao. Oh. Youtiao is fine, I guess. Fluffy, thank you. Appreciate. It's not bad. It's good enough. Okay, let me... Malaysia one. I show you Malaysia one. Hong Kong style chi chong fan? Chi chong fan? What do you mean chi chong fan? Oh, okay, fine. Chi chong fan 咁樣細。哎呀，真是。I guess a different Chinese dialect. Ooh, look at that. The skin. With bare hands. Questionable. Very questionable. Delicious sweat. What are you rubbing off of? Bare hands. Wait, that's how they're made? I didn't expect that. Oh, that's how they're made. I mean, ooh, I guess. I was about to say no sambal. Oh, sambal. Okay, there it is. Sauce. Chicken char siu. Yeah, rice noodle roll. I mean, it's not bad. It's just a bit of a hygienic issue, you know, with the bare hands trying to do everything. It's a little bit scary. But honestly, that doesn't look too bad. With the sambal. I love how she's not concerned when she sees someone using the bare hands to cook something. I mean, I would be concerned. Grilled stingray with sambal? Stingray? Oh yeah, I don't know if I said this, but hope you're doing good, Fluffy. My brain doesn't work, but if I said it, I'm sorry. If I didn't say it, yeah. My brain. I'm scared sometimes. I scare myself. The stingray is pretty good, honestly. There's not a lot of good place that serve good stingray. Is that raw? That's not raw, isn't it? I don't think that's raw. Please tell me you cook it. That looks raw. You're gonna cook it, right? You're gonna go grill it, right? Oh, thank God. Okay, good. Doing good, how are you? Nice, good to know. I'm doing pretty good. Other than my brain doesn't work anymore. You know, playing too much Portal. But yeah, I'm pretty good. Also very hungry. Ooh. Oh fuck, that looks good. Wait, that actually looks really good. As messy as this is, that looks good. And grilled stingray? Man. What are you doing? I think it's putting more sambal on there. And sambal are this paste, by the way. These are the sambal paste. They taste spicy. I think they are like mint something, but I don't know what they're made of. Get poop fluffy one. Got boob, cannot find gender. That looks fucking good. I would want that a lot. Yeah, that looks pretty soft. And it doesn't look dry too because of how much sambal they put in. Yeah, that looks really good. That's a food yay from me. That gets a beans of approval. Wonton mee. You see how they're always trying to speedrun everything? I don't get it. I'll push if I make you upset. Huh? No. Oh, are you saying that the cannot find gender is because of... Oh, it's towards me, not towards Swift. No, it's okay. If you cannot find my gender, I can always tell you my pronouns. Why are you trying to speed run everything? Look at that. Wonton meat. Where's the wonton? 2. 2 pieces of wonton. Okay, fair enough. It's like, how much does it cost? 6 ringgit. Good enough. Honestly, good enough. Oh, with green chili? With sliced chili. Why are you doing? Why are you doing this? Not good enough? I mean, okay, 2 pieces of wonton is actually kind of stingy, okay? In a bowl of noodles you give... you give 2 pieces of wonton. Yeah, the ratio broke, yeah. Guotie, oh my god, yes. Please do not mess this up. I beg of you, don't mess this up. Guotie, okay, essentially guotie is gyoza. Yeah, guotie is gyoza, but the Chinese version. Tira is cool. You're cool. You can't even portion out the wonton to last you the whole bowl. 4 bites maximum? I know, right? If you're being very generous, I would not be generous when it comes to food. I go feral when it comes to food. I go grrr, grrr, yip, and then bite all of them. Ooh, that's pretty fast. I'm very experienced, but that messed up. That one is not fully closed. Oh man, I mean, unless you're doing pan fried, then it's not gonna be a bit of a problem. But if you're doing boiled, then that looks fine, I guess. Okay, yeah, pan fried, good. Then it's no problem. There's the fried one. Yeah, this is guotie. They stick to the pan. Guotie literally means stick to the pan.
Hello. And welcome.
And the bottom part is gonna be so crunchy, so good. Crazy crawl, thanks. Appreciate. Welcome. Wonder what it felt like. What it would feel like to get nommed on by a Kobo. I'll bite you. Tim is the type of person to ask for 1 bite please and eats half the thing. I would fucking do that when it comes to food, yes. Oh, thanks for pet nexus. Quế lộc bắp, quay téo goreng, cha quay téo, Penang cha quay téo. You better don't mess this up. That's a good ass wok though, by the way. You know that wok has went through some wok hay. Good stuff. But why are you trying to speedrun everything? look at that! It's such a huge difference, right? Just now the Singapore one is so chill, and then every single one over here, everyone is trying to speedrun. I don't get it. I know it's stainless steel, but the pans would take ages to clean. I trust in the power of Scorch Bite. Honestly, if your wok isn't as black as the depths of hell, you're doing something wrong. Exactly. That means the wok is still new. And most likely the chef is not as experienced. Probably someone new. You know, if the wok is not like black as fuck. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. That's how you know if the stuff is gonna be good. Now you can tell this one, the kway teow is not sticking together. That looks fucking good. It doesn't look too dry. Everything looks good enough, right? And then the thing is, the kway teow doesn't all stick together, because if you miss time, or if you overcook or undercook it at any point, they're all gonna stick together. This one doesn't. What did I say? It's good. Nasi ayam, chicken rice. Ooh, cleaning the cutting board. Hi, I'm hungry now. Hi, plastic chopstick. Yeah, cannot like that one, ma. If they want to use you know, plastic chopstick is like more cheap lah. Especially in street food one, they always use one. 5 ringgit chicken rice? I mean, the portion is not very generous, but 5 ringgit is pretty good. The price wins, honestly. It doesn't wow me as much, but it's not a crime. It's 5 ringgit. Well, that wonton mee cost like 6 ringgit. God damn, this one costs 5? Oh my god. You know what I mean? Laksa? Oh my god, it's laksa. Holy shit. Which version of laksa are they doing though? Are you doing Penang laksa? Are you doing Sarawakian laksa? I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of spices. Are you doing Sarawakian one? What is that? Why is that huge piece of thing? Yeah, that looks very Sarawakian. It's not bad. How many versions are there? I know there's Penang one, and then there's like a Sarawak one. There's 2 versions as far as I know. It's cheaper, you can get the disposable wooden ones, they're even cheaper. Fair enough. But you can reuse the plastic ones, like this one. I can't find Tira's pronoun. I go by she, they. I don't know the misgender. I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, I go by she, they. I think I put my pronouns on the bottom tag. But it's alright. Appreciate you asking though. Pronouns Kobo, that too, I guess. Thanks, Bree. Ah, see, this is satay. Just now that Singapore satay, crime. This one, not crime. Oh my god, Jeremy? Oh, look at the chicken and then the lamb one. The mutton. Mutton. Grilled too. The good stuff. It's a bitch. It's the stinky ass fox he appears. Oh my god, Stinky. We're gonna go back. Wanted to make sure it was she, they. You know, she, her, they, them works for me. If you're feeling particularly generous, Kobo works too if you don't mind. Right? Yeah. Yes, fan that flame. Oh, brother, too much. Brother. Walao, you gonna bakar? Ini bukan bakar, itu sate. Oh my god, you just cremated the meat. What the fuck? No, what the fuck is this? Oh, like too much fire, you fuck. That's how they just went through cremation. Oh no! It's half crime, I guess. It's not full crime. She hasn't seen me yet. Who? Who am I supposed to see? I'm not seeing anyone. It's 26 ringgit? Fucking crime. Oh, okay, wait. It's beef? Crime. Because if it's not beef, if it's mutton, not crime. If it's beef, crime. Too much. Bird's eye view and all that. What about Kobo eye view? Remember, street vendors have the most flavorful food and the highest bacteria count. True, you get to run 87% of the time. The card said it's mutton. The text said beef. Am I getting debated by... I don't know. Okay, one last one. Oh, it's Japanese one! Oh shit! I don't know what to expect from a Japanese street food. Never been there before. Japan street food. Tsukiji fish market. Even Japan is trying to speedrun everything. Okay, they're not trying to speedrun everything, but it's a considerable amount of speed, I would say. It's not too fast, but it's not too slow either. What is that? Is that egg? That's egg! Oh my god, that's egg. Is that egg? That looks like egg. Buying from there is dangerous but delicious. Pick a paddle, so I'm gonna snuggle this bird named Jade. Wait, I wanna snuggle too. Honestly, this time if I go to a convention, like I am going to a convention this December. I hope I got the money to. I'm saving up. If I'm going there, I'm gonna get so much snuggles and cuddles. God damn it! You know, sometimes I just feel like I'm so touch starved sometimes. Come here, snuggly Kobo. Oh wow! I would like to have the square pan of 4 eggs and such. Yeah, I mean that looks good. A raw egg with cooked egg? Questionable, but I guess. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel a little bit weird. We just pile up watching food stalls and eat absolutely nothing for 4 hours. Ooh, shaping the egg? It's Japan. Oh my god, it's so squishy. It is so, as Japanese would say, puni puni.
Emotional damage!
Azil! Hi Azil. Foob. The Foob, good. We love Foob. Hope you're doing good, friend. Egg with egg. It's Japan. They love their egg. Tamagoyaki. Yep, it is tamagoyaki. I want it. Egg with egg. They put math in all their acts. Japan? Looks about right. It sounds about right, yeah. Egg. They do love the tamago exu. Kobo spotted. Time to hug. Scare eye. Hi. Hi, dragon. Kobo one hug. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Thanks for boop. Has gone? Who has gone? I guess blowtorch is just a street food stuff at this point. They still grabs it barehanded and pass it to the bro to be cut. Yes, boop Kobo. Boop zero. Lighter flute flavor. Hugs Kobo. Good hug, hug, good. Been a while. Oh, it's getting dark. Hope you've been well. Yakiniku? Maguro. Oh, it's tuna. Selling propane and propane accessories. What? Oh, thanks for the big pen, Nexus. Thank you. That reminds me of the time I was with friends in Liverpool Japanese restaurant. Ooh, that looks juicy. That is actually, that looks good. Milk. Yeah, Japan is very enthusiastic about their fish. Since fish is their main source of protein anyway. Fish cube. Are you making like a salmon sashimi? Or maguro sashimi? With wasabi? That is sashimi, okay. That's not bad. True size of tuna? Tuna is very big. As far as I know. Hank Hill reference from King of the Hill. Still don't know what that is. Fatty tuna belly. Gloves I'll buy from here. Yeah, they have good hygiene. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I want it. Oh, I'm so fucking hungry. Oh, I'm so fucking hungry. You know this lady? It's dancing bacon. These food just brings one little question to mind. Did you ever watch an anime called Food Wars Shogeki no Soma? I never really watch anime as much. I only watch anime when there's dragons involved. Dragon Goes House Hunting is a good one. Strawberry Butt! Oh, sorry, no. Oh, it's Daifuku! Oh, Daifuku is so fucking good.
Thank you.
Oh! Why you torture kobold? I mean, I love watching food crimes or food yay. Oh my god, Food Wars is great. Oh, the anime? I watched a trip to Nintendo Land. I think I saw that too. The one I mentioned may not have dragons in it, but a lot of food. There are no dragons? Dang it. Like, I'm a simple kobold. Things with dragons will make me happy. What will make me even happier is playable dragons or main character dragon. And not dragons as all villain, okay? Yeah, it's dragon. I will. More blowtorch. One single meat. Oh, it's eel, no wonder. Yeah. Playable kobolds? 100%. 100%. Yeah, I know Sky is dragon. That's why I'm so happy. Dragon good. Make the text out of this. I'm here for Yoshi. Oh, is that urchin? Man, Japan and their seafood stuff. Crazy. Zero love the Breath of Fire games. Breath of Fire? Fake Yoshi fan, bet you're not even playing him in Smash. Oh, that must have been so good. She's so happy. Wagyu beef. Oh, look at that marble. Oh, those are some good marbling. Yeah, those are some good marbling. Oh, the Wagyu. Since your MC in that game can transform into various dragons in battle, so the protagonist or the character that I play can TF into dragons all the time? Please treat the meat well. Curious if Kobo will love our local food? Like what? Do you believe you can again when you progress the game enough? Oh, progress the game enough? Oh. Let's grab Blaze Boo cakes. Wow, you hate Blaze Boo so much? I mean, I never played Blaze Boo myself. That looks... I think... Did you over grill it? Question mark? That looks a little dry. Is it? I mean, looks a little... Just a little bit dry on my... from my opinion. Is it? I can't tell. I'm not that... I'm not much of a meat connoisseur. Kore barbecue sauce. Korega wasabi? Can I post a link here? Sure. It's an outstanding game. I just don't like the console version. Just suplex the bitch. When you start the game, you have only one dragon form you can take, but when you do more stuff, you get more genes you can combine when you choose to transform to battles. Oh. I'll buy you dinner. Wow. It's top 10 list. Okay, I'll watch it after this one. Oh my god, chill, you're spilling the flour everywhere. I play Sex Box. Sex Box. Is it that good? I never had an Xbox before. Is that pressure cooking? Some pictures are not top quality. It is understandable. If everything is top quality, I might have like very biased opinions because, you know, it's not I can get it generally. What am I looking at? Why is it like that? Well, bare hands? Walao eh, brother, oh, your hand not pain one meh? Hiya. What am I looking at? Is that thing still cooking in the middle? It's still cooking that in the middle. I'm a diehard KB player. Don't know what KB is. MVC3? Yeah. Food? It's not gonna be food anymore. It's gonna be... I don't even know what this is gonna be anymore. How is the middle part not burnt? That sounds like keropok. Don't cut it out. There's no need. I don't mind if that thing doesn't look perfect. No, you're wasting. Why?
Thank you. Very hot. Cat here, cat here.
Ooh. Oh, they're making cracker like this. I mean, definitely very unique way of making cracker. Very, very unique. Oh man. Oh, it's gone. Nope, it's gone. I'll eat that? I probably would. The flavor, it looks like the flavor is all gonna be in the middle though. Unless that side has flavor as well. Are you allergic to good food? Is that it? Oh, it's a short one. It's a short one. I can't. I have to get food myself. I'm so hungry. No signal. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you, whoa. Thank you, whoa. No sting, no gloves, and it's huge. Japanese people are extra clean though. I think they are, yeah. And don't be like me though. I'm a dirty bold. Here, let's go. I'm gonna become. I'm a big kobold. Oh right, I forgot about the video that you sent me. Crap.
Slovakian food.
Slovakian food. Ah. Wait, let's watch it together. Last one. Boop the schnit. I like the boop. Slovakian food? What is Slovakian?
10 traditional dishes you must try. Slovakia is a beautiful, intriguing country with a cuisine that has very much gone under the radar on an international.
Can you be more interesting? Are you AI speaking? You are AI speaking.
Scale. If you're set to visit the country and want to learn more about hearty, unique Slovakian food, you've definitely come to the right place. Flavorful, filling, and positively influenced by a number of European countries, Slovakian food has delights
I'm
in
gonna
store
judge
for
this
both
very
the
harshly
hardcore and
because it's
casual
AI.
foodie. All
Well,
of
it's
them
not
are unique
AI,
in their
but
own little way,
it's like
and definitely
text
worth
to
trying
speech
when
more
you
like.
visit Slovakia. Don't leave Slovakia without trying.
Without
1.
try.
Brinzov Halaski. This hearty meal is the national dish of Slovakia.
Wait, how do you read that?
And right up there is
Wait,
when you
wait.
visit Slovakia. Don't leave Slovakia without trying. 1.
Okay, don't shout at me because I don't know how to read this, but Brinzov Haluski? What is that? That looks like a porridge of some sort? I don't know. Can I send a meme vid that is only 6 seconds long? I guess?
Brinzov Halaski. This hearty meal is the national dish of Slovakia,
Brinzov
and right up
Halaski.
there is one of the most important traditional Slovakian.
Okay, I'll read it on my own. This hearty meal is the national dish of Slovakia, and right up there is one of the most important traditional stuff. Oh, it's a traditional one.
It consists of potato dumplings with roasted bacon and sheep's cheese. Slovaks use the
Cheese.
high-quality, soft, creamy, and locally produced sheep's cheese brinza that's unique to their country, and
Let's
of which
go,
they are
sheep's
especially
cheese.
proud. They fill the dumplings with cheese and top everything with sour cream, fried onion, spring onion, and crispy bacon pieces. It is a Slovakian dish with a sharp and delicious flavor. 2. Kapusnica. Kapusnica is a delicious...
Oh, wow. Oh, so they're just cheese haluski? I guess. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, let me search for it. I'll help you guys. Don't worry. Kapushnika. Ooh, that looks like laksa, eh? It's easier for me since Slav food is Slav food. You are from... Is Slav Russian? Yo, look at this. That actually looks really good. I want to try it. But it looks very hot though. Like, it looks like it... When I eat it, it's probably gonna make me sweat a lot. Like, since Malaysia is already like a very... very hot country. So, I mean, as much as I love, like, spicy food, I don't know if I can eat too much of this. I'm probably just gonna be one sweaty mess. Russian is one of Slavs, so it's gonna be very cold, right? I heard that Russia is like a very cold place. It's not spicy. Let's put a link up. This one? "15 traditional Slovak dishes you must try in Slovakia." Okay. This one looks good. Brinstov Haluski. It's in Central Europe. Ah, shit, I failed my geography. Potato dough and cheese and bacon. Looks very creamy. It's a traditional one, so I'm gonna assume a lot of places that's gonna sell this one then. Uh-oh. Ooh, how do you pronounce that? Sorry, give me a second. This one. What is this? Why is the C with a... I should not be this hungry. I am very hungry. I'm so hungry. After this one, I'm gonna go get food real quick. How do you pronounce that C? Similar to ch? So, strapachki. Strapachki. Potato dough, salt pork, and it looks like a lot of potato dishes in the Slavic country, you call them? Oh no. What is that? I mean, if C is ch, then S is sh, then Schulans. I will apologize to everyone who speaks this language. I mean no harm. Oh god. Yeah, a lot of potato dishes. With milk, nuts, and poppy seed. Poppy seed, oh. Soup. Oh god. Rezankova polievka. Ooh. It's soup. Chicken soup with noodles. Oh. That's easier to understand. Fazulovica. Fazulovica. We have difficult grammar for some who don't have those letters. White bean soup with what? Sorry? With sausage. Oh, that looks good enough. Oh, it's so thick though. I think I like this. Okay. Shoshovikovi. Okay, how about this? Why does the Y have like a this on top? Linsen soup. When I see you read it, I feel like I'm offending every single person who's reading this who uses this language. We spam a sausage. Ah. It means you read that letter longer. Huh. Shoshovikovi. Privarok. Lentils with sausage and egg. What's lentil? Apa itu lentil? That looks very sticky. Oh my god, that looks good. Is this fish and chip? With tartar sauce? Vivrajani? Sear. I'm gonna cry. Potatoes and cheese. Ah. Pieces of cheese breaded in flour. Pieces of cheese! Oh, that's full cheese! Oh my god, I want it. Egg, bread, and crumbs and fried. Yo, oh my god, look at that cheese. God damn it, I'm so jealous. Cheese over here is so expensive. What's that? Sesnakova Polievka. Still Brinzda. That's so... Whoa! Whoa, soup in the bread? Oh my god! I need this. Prefer bread soup. Bread in the soup? Soup in the bread? I want it. I can want it. Brav chove. Ve colino. Roasted pork knuckle. Oh. And pork knuckle is great. Hi again, Evie. Oh, that looks really fucking good. Oh, it looks so tender. Fish and chip? Resin. Schnitzel. I think that's schnitzel. A thin piece of meat bread and flour. So it's like a chicken chop of sort. Egg, breadcrumbs and fried in oil. Whoa! Whoa! Schnitzel is in German. Oh, we have that in Germany too? Oh. Stolen dish. Thank you all for a gift to Hacking Evie and also to Vex just now. Thank you. Schnitzel can be so good. This one looks dry, sadly. Look at that. What is this? Are this bread? That's cheese? Jesus. Slovensky Siri. Jesus. Wow. So, question. Small question, if you will. Is cheese like the main source of food over there? Cheese and patata? It sure looks that way. Because like, I feel like almost like 80% of the dish that I just saw have like cheese. All the cheese you would love. Yes, goat cheese. We are a mountainous country. Of goat's milk, they say, right? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Made from sheep's, cows, and goat's milk. So dairy products are very, what's the word? Prominent over there? Slimak. S? Macom. TK's running a guild event, I'm gonna disappear. Oh, okay. Good luck for the guild event. Eventually, I'm gonna start playing ESO again. Hopefully soon. But yeah, have fun. Lots of stuff made from cow, goat, and sheep cheese. Very? Bread. Bread sprinkled with sesame seed. No, there's no brib. Why is there no brib? Oh, Skvarkova. Pogasa? Was there fish dishes? Oh. Nah, there's no bread. There's puff pastry. Shame of the person explaining. Oh. Not sure how to translate this. It's alright. Looks like bread to me. Or some sort of pastry. Oh, it's empty inside, so it's just bread. This looks good. Venchik. Or Venchik? Is E, A, or E? The best one? Well, we all know what the best one based on... Oh! I'm feeling something with this. Oh, dude. I want it. It's making me feel things I never felt before. Why do I love this so much? I don't know. I want it. Oh, wait, the bread is kind of crispy as well? Oh. Wow, I'm gonna stop looking at this. Wow. Wow. Gonna feel something else later. We don't want that. All right, this is still, you know, but I don't want to get banned, essentially. I don't want to get banned. Okay, let me upload some music real quick. Hey, thanks for the video. Also for the 6-second meme video, I guess I can, if you don't mind, you can post it into video sharing so that I can watch it afterwards. Where's the music? I still want to listen to Sonic 3 music. Kinda loud. It's not that loud, okay. Tira make food lewd? I mean, if a food is what I love, then probably. Tira, please do not come. I'm not gonna come from garlic soup. Oh, will I? No, I'm not gonna. Oh. Oh my god, that was too much. Ooh. Yeah. I can see that happen. Oh god. How about you throw Tira into the tastiest soup Tira can imagine? No, I don't want to be soup. I want to taste soup, not be soup. I don't want to be soup. I want to eat the soup, not become soup myself. I don't want that. This Merp? Have I rated Merp before? I mean, I did rate Merp before, what am I saying? I want to rate Merp. Merp is just such a sweetheart. You would then taste... Huh? You would then taste Kobo soup? You will be? Guys, what? But if you eat all the soup, then you are not soup. Oh, oops, it's getting too dark. Yeah, to be fair, it's like 7, so... You're full of soup though. Eat soup swimming pool? That might be a problem. I'm not soup! That might be milk though. Why am I so unhinged today? Thanks. Okay, yeah, that's gonna calm me down. Okay, you know what? I know why I'm unhinged. I'm unhinged, okay? If you look at my blue sky, you know what's going on. I've been sharing certain thoughts lately on Blue Sky. Oh, it's scary, it's so loud. Whoa, thank you. That is a kobold indeed. Thank you all. 100 gems, wow. I've been unalive. I'm alive actually. That doesn't quite look like milk. Thanks, Jade. What do you mean? It is milk. E. It's just E. Alright, it's just E. Triple E, it's fine. I've been blessed. Quad E? Wait, can I get another one? Oh. Ow, by the way, ow. Okay, ow. Mm. Why? I'm just presenting at this point. Why are you like this?
Not.
Oh my god, that's from the head nut. That's a head nut. Ow. Alright, I gotta summon I gotta summon Bernie.
I understand where the subject goes.
Snow or frost. Hi. E. I believe subtitles are open, is it? I mean, if it's not, then for 7 hours or 6 hours I haven't opened up sub. It's on. Oh, thank god. Kobo post lewd? It's not. It's just bappers. I have good bappers. I can. Kobo can bap things. Nah, there's no ouch. You're gonna pay the 200 coins. You're gonna pay the 200 gems. Easy. Yeah, I know. Oh. Then why is the fly so powerful though? I don't get it. Hi again, Roxas. The milk is not gonna hit because I'm too far off. You can't bap us? Oh, joke's on you. If you give me a PNG, I can bap. I think. Did I have a PNG? I'm alive, I think. I might be alive. Whoa, spin? Oh my god, look at the spin though. Why are you whooping it? Alright, hey Bernie, Hey Bernie, take over the stream for a little bit.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Hey, thank you, Bernie. Can't bap you? I mean, if you send me a PNG of your picture, then I can proceed to bap, I think.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but if I don't keep for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'm spinning. Why is this so cursed? Oh, beans. Wait, I can still have beans. Yeah. Yes, get that. Oh, that's a good bean right there. Mega beans even. Greatest beans even. Oh, no, wait. Hey, we got beans. I'll take it. But how can I send Earth? Discord would be fine. Discord is okay. Twitch DM if you want is also okay.
Delicious.
You said Spirit. Oh my god, thank you. You're happy so much, thank you. What is that? Kinda looks like a sound wave. It might be. Thank you for it. Thank you. Huge appreciate. Thank you. What am I looking at? Oh, snob. I was like, what was that? Okay, we already have a raid target. We're gonna raid Merp, because Merp is amazing. Honestly, Merp is just such a sweetheart. Oh yeah, Scared, do you have a... I mean, if you don't have a Discord, I guess if you want, you could Telegram? I mean, I use Telegram as well. Although my Telegram is not as active, to be honest. Because Telegram I only use it to talk to like 1 or 2 people. And truth be told, like some message I received in Telegram I didn't even reply to them. Gosh, I'm actually a terrible person. Oh god. I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay, well, chill. No worries, I have just the thing to make you active on Telegram. A dragon channel. Do it. Give it to me. Wait, do you know my Telegram? I mean, if you have a dragon channel. So is it like they spam dragon pictures over there or something? Sent? Okay. Alright, let me get this picture real quick. I think I can do this, right? Dragon channel? Kobo just has standards? Probably. Yush! Oh my god. Please, I have huge need. I have huge need. I need to stop being so unhinged today. Oh my god. Like, give me a second. I think I can do this. I know a Kobo channel, but I have no dragon channel. Oh my god, I need the Kobo channel as well. Please you. I am begging at this point. You won't let me to group, I just see rules. Oh yeah, I'm doing it very manually. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm very manually managing who joins and who doesn't get to join. So yeah. Just a second. We have more dragon. We trade. How about me? How about me? I want the Kobold and Dragon channel. Image. I think if I do this and then just. See the image? Yeah, I do. Okay, let's see. If I can line it kind of. I think I can. Give me a second. So if I put you here. I mean, that looks wrong. I mean, how is that happen? See? now you've been bapped. We just send you them? Hey, I'm hiding my screen, right? I can show my Telegram as well. It's lewd as fuck. There's no other way around it. That was a powerful one. Where's the channel? Oh, I'm so glad I'm not showing Telegram on my channel. Okay, all good. Okay, we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid. It's okay. Oh yeah, I have a Discord. Did I plug this? I don't remember. I have a Discord. I announce stream stuff and I have a Dragon Sleeping Corner over there. Yeah. And then let's ask Mert for RPs, even though I'm slightly bigger than Mert. So tomorrow we'll do art. We're gonna do art together. I'm gonna see if I can make like a more defined Griffon head shape, and then maybe get into body basic shape tomorrow, but we'll see. That's a great message. If you don't have my emote, feel free to use whatever emote you guys have. It's totally fine. Do I remember how to talk? No. It's been that way all the time. Let me rate Merp. Hehehe. Sent you the thing too? Oh. Whoa, thank you, Legs. I'm gonna be so happy. Thank you. Okay, I type in the raid. So tomorrow we'll do art. I'll continue doing Jade's stuff, so yeah. I don't think I'm missing anything. All I know is I'm very hungry, so before the raid, I want to say, Jade, where's my dragon channel? No, that's not what I'm saying. Thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valued, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Yeah. And here comes the to Mert. And the Kobo is sent to your dragon channel. Thank you. Oh, did you send on Telegram? Question mark? I'm so obsessed with dragon stuff. I would say I need help, but I don't wanna. Coming right up. Whoa, dragon stuff! Oh my god, that's so good. I'm in. I'm in. Thank you, Jade. Thanks for the boot. Honestly, you guys make me feel so special every time. Especially these days, I feel like more happier. I think because of the car loans is like gone. So I feel great. I feel great. I feel less anxious. Honestly, you know, there were times where I feel like, oh, the future is kind of dim. But honestly, that's just my depression speaking. So I'll try to not let that get to my brain too much. I'll be fine. So yeah, no more sticky car loans. So take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. Kobo loves y'all.